People are gonna think like, uh, people are going to think like, oh, is it like that show with like the celebrities, like Between Two Ferns, or I forgot what it's called, but that
Between Two Ferns, yeah, that was.
I never actually watched any of it. I just know it's a thing.
Yeah, it's the premise isn't really my thing.
I don't even know what the premise is aside from the two ferns and people talking.
It's like a parody of an interview show. The
Uh,
like the bit is Zach Galifianakis tries to make them feel very uncomfortable, and I mean, it's not very funny to me. Um, so a lot of times, like they'll start like name calling, or it'll be like very sarcastic, like passive aggressive conversation or something. But it's like the idea of it is maybe a little funny, but I don't think it's I think it's I don't know, it's just not for me.
I get it, but I think that's the thing. When you're a celebrity, you can do pretty much any dumb thing and people will watch it, even if it's not good or funny or entertaining,
Yeah,
just celebrity.
yeah, I think it really is literally just it's like a something fun for him to do with people when they come over, or like I don't know exactly how official the show is, but it's just it's one of those personal branding things. It's like, hey, we get to be dumb and stupid and entertain people, um so and it makes the money. So um but as far as entertainment goes, for me, it's not my cup of tea.
I guess that's the beauty of being a celebrity. You can do whatever the hell you want
Mhm.
and people watch, even if it sucks. Yeah. Oh well, not our problem. It's not like we'll ever be famous.
Well, we'll say that. we once you once you let go of the outcome, that's when things might start to happen.
I think I would prefer being infamous than famous. It just seems more interesting because I feel like fame would be cool in the beginning, then it would get really old really quick.
Mhm.
Whereas infamous, like at least people like fear you. I mean,
They know
it
you, they just don't
kind of
want to be around you.
exactly. So everyone knows who you are. It's just no one like bugs you about it because they're like, oh, I don't like him.
Mhm.
Uh, all right. In the interest of sharing random facts, yesterday I was listening to, started re-listening to "Can't Hurt Me." You know the book by
Mhm.
David. Jones? That's like I don't
Mhm.
know, third, fourth time. It's just I felt like okay, I need to re-listen to this, and came to the conclusion once again that I'm just wasting my time. And I'm like, all right, fine. I need like I don't know. I just the urge to get up and walk straight into the ocean came up, so that's what I did, and just kept walking until I couldn't walk, and then I swam until I got past like the crashing waves, and then it was like huge like rolling waves that would like lift me up like 20 feet and then like drop me down. And it's like what I was hoping would happen is I would get to a point where it's like something would happen. I would find some sort of meaning. And like I got maybe a kilometer out, like offshore, and it's like I could probably keep going for 10 kilometers and I'm not going to find anything. And I swam back, and the conclusion of all that was the answer is never outside you, it's always inside.
Mhm.
And it's like, you know, purpose, motivation, meaning, all that stuff is crap. All that matters is taking action. And it's like that's literally all that matters in life because that's what makes things interesting. That's what allows you to get results. That's what allows you to fail so you can then try something different. It's like
Mm.
even if you think you find the answer outside yourself, at some point, like it's gonna fade and go away, and you're just left with the same thing.
Mhm.
And it's like, I know that for that reason, money is never going to bring me happiness, but I also know that I need to become rich in order to fully accept that and move on to whatever comes next.
Mm.
So yeah, it was just a weird feeling of like getting up, walking straight into the ocean. I'm like, I don't know when I'm going to stop. Let's just keep going. And I feel like maybe the only way I would have had like a breakthrough or something like that is if I kept swimming to the point where I was exhausted. I'm like, crap, I don't know if I can make it back.
Mm.
Going to that extreme might have been the only way that I would have realized something, but I don't even think so. So yeah, that was my weird story of the day. Ooh, on this same vein, just before I forget, this morning I was sitting in a chair watching some trainings, and I came to the conclusion that I completely forgot what I was going to say. Like setting it up, I like what I was actually what I was setting up just like left. I got to the point where I'm like, okay, now it's time to say it. I'm like, I don't know what I was going to say anymore. Oh yes, okay. Um, it's because I was listening to like people and their funnels and concepts and products they came up with and stuff like that, and I
Mhm.
realized that that's been the issue for me. Whenever I've done like a show or a course or coaching or whatever, it's always been like, this is what I'm good at. This is what comes naturally, but I would never watch it. I would never consume this content because to me, it's
Mhm.
boring. And I was like, oh crap, is that why I didn't succeed? Because I was thinking like, it's just boring to me because it's my life. But
Mhm.
maybe that's like, I need to create something that is so amazing that I'm like, I would want that.
Mm.
If you're able to get to the point where you create is so amazing, you're like, I want that, I need that, then it's like, of course, other people are also going to want it.
Yeah. I think that's it. Like on some level, it's like you have to make it for yourself, and then at the same time, be willing to like listen to the other people who want the thing that you're doing, but like let them help you refine it. So it's not just a literally like go out there and like, all right, what does anybody want? I'll go make that thing. It's like that's I mean, it is possible to do that, but you have to be really good at that skill of like who wants something that actually has the means to pay really well before there's anything. Um, Whereas like if you like you're a person, you're a market,
I'm a
like
person? Cool.
yeah, there's and so it's like if you made something that you're actually like, I believe in this so much, I really want this. Like there's gonna be some overlap. I mean, that's what I'm doing with CrowdScale right now, is like there's been a lot of feedback of people saying, oh, it's like it's not exactly what I expected, or I don't know what's going on, it's confusing, that kind of thing. And the people who kind of launched it and run it, they're really good at product launches, but they haven't really ever run a community or a membership, and that's kind of what they ask for my help with, which I haven't ever done it either, but I'm willing to be friends with people and be in the chaos. And
That's
I,
that's what I'm wondering. What you just said right there about you haven't done it either. Would it be possible to create, as an example, like a challenge, let's say a 30-day challenge, and sell people in the challenge, even though you haven't done the thing you're wanting to do? Just like, hey, I want to build my entire business and become profitable and pretty much set up my entire future in 30 days. I'm going to do whatever I need to succeed. Do you want to do it with me? And it's like, are people going to pay, even though you haven't been there and done that? But maybe like the fact of like, I'm there with you, I'm going to
Mhm.
figure it out with you, and we're in this together. Is that enough to get people to buy into it?
Maybe. Um, I I could do like a handful of sifting posts in a few dozen groups and see what people say. But I mean, basically, yeah, like that would be an awesome challenge, especially if you get really specific. Like for me, it would be get a house in 30 days. So if I can make enough money that I could either pay for a down payment or have like um the rent for a nice place like that would work. Like that's the next thing that I need. It's like I need a
But
space that we control.
you
Anyway,
know,
go ahead.
like I love the idea. It's just that wouldn't really work because by getting people to pay you to partake in the challenge, by the time the challenge starts, you already have the money to get the house, so you don't even need to do the challenge anymore.
So I kind of feel like hmm.
But it's just I love this concept because I'm realizing like a constant thing that comes up in all these interviews from people who create like, $1 million funnels.
Mhm,
It's like there's a bunch of elements to repeat of like become very clear on who your target is, what is their pain, what problem you need to solve for them,
mhm,
and then create an irresistible offer and like deliver on the back. And that's the basic structure that most of them follow.
mhm,
And I'm realizing like if my target audience is people like me who
mhm,
enjoy to challenge themselves and push their limits, it doesn't matter if I haven't done the thing that I'm saying. So it's like, as long as I'm like, hey, I've done these insane challenges before, like I've written a book in 28 days.
mhm,
I've run an ultra marathon with very little training. It's like, as long as I can prove I'm that type of person, this is my next challenge. Do
mhm,
you want? And I think that's going to be able to sell them because it proves I'm the right person to show them how to do this.
mhm,
So I think that would work in that like case. As long as you demonstrate like you're the type of person who's going to do this with or without them, they
mhm,
can benefit from being around you. And I feel like that's also going to motivate you to like get your butt in gear and actually make this challenge happen.
mhm,
Because like another like a few principles have come up, and like one of them that I really love is the concept of pre-selling. So it's
mhm,
like charge before you have a product. And it's like,
mhm,
hey, I could literally do this. It's like, this is my challenge. I'm charging you $1,000 for a 30-day challenge,
mhm,
and we're going to do this together. And at the end, I can record everything, and at the end, I can sell that as a recurring course.
mhm, mhm,
And it's like, especially if I succeed and other people succeed in the challenge, like that's going to make an amazing course.
mhm,
Because, hey, I did this as an experiment, and in 30 days, I built my successful business. So it's like if I'm able to find the exact right audience and create the proper funnel for this, it could really work.
mhm. So should we just map out like the next 30 days and see like what do we need to do to do a like a sprint to make the money that we want to make?
I'm not ready for that yet because I need to finish going through the training and come up with a plan.
Mm,
Once I have the plan, then I'll be ready. And I'm not sure. There's like a few different strategies that I really like. So it depends which one I end up going with. Or I feel like once I go through all the different trainings and I see like, all right, I like this, I like that, then kind of like meditate on it for a couple days and just kind of like let it sink in and just pretty much like go for long walks and just let it percolate in the background. It's like eventually I'm going to come up with that concept of like, all right, this is going to be my strategy.
Mm-hmm.
You seem to be thinking very hard.
Ryan Reynolds had a funny quote in a movie we watched the other day. Sarah had me watch Red Notice with her, and he said they're like in prison trying to plan an escape.
Yep.
And so have you seen it?
Yeah.
So the part where he's like, it's like, all right, we need to get some sleep. It's the most important part of the plan. And The Rock's like, isn't the plan the most important part of the plan? Nope. A lot of people make that mistake. But I mean, it was kind of like a throwaway joke, but I think that that is actually like a deeper truth that it's sort of like the plan isn't nearly as important as just like continuing to push forward. And plans change sometimes.
Yeah, and I feel like, because I'm going through this training, it's like people who've made $1 million or more in ClickFunnels.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like the concept is, what would you do to rebuild your business in 30 days if you lost everything? Like you
Mm-hmm.
have no money, no connections, nothing. You just have your knowledge and access to ClickFunnels.
Mm-hmm.
It's like one guy was literally like, he spends 3 weeks just figuring out like, who's the target audience? What are their problems? How can I help them? How can I know them so well that it's like, it's kind of like, I feel like most people, including myself, do it backwards of like, all right, I'm creating this product. Who is right for this product? Instead of like, all right, who are the people I want to serve? How can I know them so well that I figure out
Mm-hmm.
what exactly they need? And then, all right, how do I create something to fill that need?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's been my problem a lot of times, because I'm very good at, structuring things and making things look good and building websites and funnels and like all that stuff. I know how to do that,
Mm-hmm.
but that is all pointless if you don't have the right audience.
Yeah.
So I think that might be the missing step, missing rung in the ladder. It's kind of like I set up all the rungs in the ladder except like the first one, so I can't reach the other one. So it's like everything's there. The ladder's like
Mm-hmm.
99% complete, but I can't get to it because I haven't done rung number one.
Yeah. All right. Well,
And the thing is, I don't know who I want to serve. I mean, I haven't figured it out. And I was thinking this morning also, because I was looking, like the free book for the entrance to the funnel is a very good strategy, but I'm like,
mm-hmm.
writing a book takes a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you do it in 30 days, like it's a lot of work. So what assets do I have? I'm like, I already have 7 books, but they're fiction. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, how could I build a funnel around that? So does that mean that I would build like, I don't know, some sort of upsell for the book? So it's like, hey, here's book 1 for free. All you do is pay shipping. It's like, hey, the upsell is you can buy the other 5 books in the series for a discounted price. And then
Mm-hmm.
it's like, all right, would I create like some sort of game around that or a course or whatever? But I'm like, what if I combine that? What if I combine, like, what if my target audience is entrepreneurs who like young adult science fiction and fantasy? And it's like, all right, read this book for entertainment value because you're going to enjoy it, but it's also like read it with the mindset of what can I learn from this? How can I grow? How can I become a better person? How can I use those things to make myself more successful in business?
Mhm.
And it's like maybe there would be like a way to do that. I don't know. It's just like something I've started to play with.
Okay. I think you're onto something. The idea of selling a book for $400 is, number one, I think a great idea. Number two, I think it's a awesome marketing tactic to like raise the price so that you can slash it. So what if you did something that was like uh you marketed this series as a powerful like edutainment, like literally what you talk about all the time. It's like, how can I teach people in a way that's just you're just having fun, you're learning, and you don't even realize you're learning. It's just entertainment. And I think the answer is coaching. It's not actually coaching like the process in the industry of coaching. It's like you give them something that they respond to, and it can literally be anything. Sometimes it's you sitting in front of them, but like I'm reading this book and I'm seeing myself in this thing so much. Like I'm seeing your story, but I'm seeing these bigger questions that I'm thinking about as somebody who's like exploring my subconscious, like asking myself like, how do I level my life up? It's like that's all bubbling up from me as I'm reading this book. It has nothing to do with what you intended the book for, but it's just there anyway. So if you're targeting people who already have that mindset, who they're going to bring that to the table, it doesn't matter whether you wrote it for that purpose or not. It's great material because stories are just all symbolic, like metaphorical, like it's great coaching material. So if you marketed them as like one of the most entertaining, powerful mindset like and coaching tools that you could use, that doesn't feel anything like any coaching program you've ever seen, and be like, these books are like $400 a piece. They're worth every penny. You can get the first one for free, and then if you've bought it like today, if you want to get the next 5 books, at a like really deep discounted rate, um, you know, charge 3-4 times what you've been charging for them. And that's like if you're raising the price up to like $400 or $1,000, and it's like, okay, you can get the whole set for like $300. Like that's less than the cost of one book. Um, and then dump them into a community where like there's a whole little mini fan base starting where they're starting to read it, and then they can, oh, I took this away from it, and that blah blah blah, and like the whole entire community generates the content, and like they become the little coaching mirror for each other.
This is bringing up a very powerful concept, which is I never wrote these books for anything else than entertainment, and mostly my entertainment.
Mhm.
And like I know there are certain principles that can apply to normal real life and everything, but it's like what you're saying is selling them as a coaching. It's like, hey, you're gonna learn amazing things from reading this book.
What you just said, brother, is
but
genius, because you just said the magic words. You said, I wrote these for my own entertainment. What you said at the beginning is like, what's the thing that I need to build that I want? You've already done it, brother. Dude, like you already made it. And now all you have to do is let the market tell you, how do you want me to present this to you in the way that is the most valuable? And it's not just as straight young adult fiction for like a Canadian audience. It's like there's a subset of people who, when you put this in front of them in the right way, it's going to be massively valuable. You just have to like keep trying. It's like you already have the business, you've already done the work. Like you're this close. We just have to like keep figuring out like how many ways do I need to turn the prism until everybody sees the rainbow?
Okay. Just to finish what I was saying before, because otherwise it's going to stay stuck in my head. Um, so yeah, what you were saying before, of like, I didn't write anything, like I just wrote this for the fun of it because I wanted to. But if I tell people you can learn valuable lessons from this and it can transform who you are and your business for the better, and get distracted by Tinder. Um, and then like they're going to read it with that perspective and they get valuable lessons from it, even though it was never intended that way. So the power of this is you can tell, like if you, what's the term? If you prime people, if you program them of like, this is what you should be getting from this, you can get them that result, even though it was never built for that specific thing.
Right.
So would it be possible to create one thing once, like a product or whatever it is, and sell it in different ways, priming people in different ways and getting them different results from the same thing? So it's like I build the asset once and sell it a dozen different times with a dozen different perspectives, and people get a dozen different results.
I think so. I mean, I think that is the key to good business is like you have the same product, you market it in different ways, and people like use it for. It's like tomato sauce. Like, who gives a fuck why somebody bought tomato sauce? They're gonna put it in different recipes. Like, but like in order to sell millions and millions of cans of it, like you've got to target little tiny small niches and like get the advertising working for little groups of people. Like, so for people who want to make pasta, great for pasta. For people who like who are gonna um make lasagna, for people who are gonna make sauces, for people who are gonna make salsa out of it. It's like there's all kinds of enchiladas. There's all kinds of ways that you market the same thing.
Okay, so maybe the question then stops becoming who's my target market and what can I create to serve them, instead it's this is my product, how can I tweak the marketing and the mindset that they come in with for that specific market so that they get the value they need from it.
Okay, so let me just brainstorm. I'm just gonna spitball some stuff here. So what if you talk about it from the perspective of like you're an entrepreneur, you've always tried different things, you have always been interested in stories and going on an adventure. That's why you're on this entrepreneur journey. And like this series is a metaphor for the journey that you're on, which is like going out, exploring the wild and crazy unknowns of the universe to figure out who you are, and so that you can make the impact that changes the world. I mean, it's like the whole thing can represent what like them in whatever way that they're going to make that connection to the story. So you talk about what they want, which is making an impact, becoming the hero of their own journey, really being able to see themselves from a different perspective, see themselves as the successful, as the hero person. It's like you can take that journey with this character and put yourself in. I don't know. I think there's a way to do it that would be, and I think the answer is like not try to engineer it. It's like just soft pitch it like a bunch of times, figure out ways to do it, and then respond every time.
And I feel like with this perspective, it would be easy to get people who don't normally read young adult or don't normally read science fiction or fantasy to read it, because it's like the analogy is whenever you're trying to learn something or grow, it's like you're a teenager trying to become an adult. You're going through that transition.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you don't normally read young adult books.
Yeah.
And it's like you can pitch the science fiction or fantasy of like, hey, science fiction, it's like when you're building your business, everything feels like science fiction and like magic and stuff like that because it's foreign to you. You don't know it. And it's like if you build the right, like just a few analogies that they're like, oh, okay, yeah, this is why I need to read this book. Even if it's a book they never in a million years would have normally read, and they probably wouldn't have enjoyed it just because it's not for them, they still enjoy it and they still get value because they're reading it with that mindset of, okay, I'm like a teenager. I'm discovering all these things. How can I apply what's going on to real life?
Yeah. Okay.
I just thought of something, but I can't say because otherwise it's gonna ruin the final ending of the book of the final book that's not written yet. So I don't want to ruin it, but
I
it's just
so I think I have a friend who has an audience we could try this out with. She has a Facebook group of about 1,000 people, and she's targeting people who are literally fans of like fantasy fiction. So like Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, Narnia, like that's her target audience for entrepreneurs. Her Facebook group is called The Secret School of Dream Client Attraction and Marketing for Introverts. And it's people who are big giant fans of Harry Potter, Disney, you know, kind of like
yeah.
kid fairy tale, stuff. And so it's like that's the thing that everybody has in common in that group, and they're into, making business, like building businesses online. But it's like that's the first primary value is like that belief in magic of like, yeah, we can do something amazing. Like I'm on that journey. So I wonder if we tried like, hey, we're gonna do like a first run at getting some people in I don't know, maybe it's like that's what it is. Like it's a 30-day challenge of reading this book as a mindset thing and do it as like a book club in small groups or something. It's like something you don't have to like provide any kind of support or create anything. You just literally like, I'll give you guys a free copy of the book. Here's the reading schedule. And then like, if you want me to be on like, do like a weekly call and be like, hey, all right, so what are you guys learning? What's happening? Like, I can just run the Facebook group. And then you did like a super duper simple land page and got on a call with this girl who runs this group. You're like, here's the idea. What would we need to say to your group to make this interesting to them? Would you be okay with us pitching this? And I'll give you like 60% of whatever, if we make any money on this sign up. And I just want to try it to see whether or not this has any promise for,
This would be really funny if like for a long time I was trying to sell the book and it's like, selling the ebook for like, $5 and it's like, all right, I have like $3 and change to like promote it and stuff like that. It's like I can literally sell it for like $100 or more if I want to with the
okay.
right.
Oh, dude. Okay. How much is the, okay. I think I bought the published set for like $20 or $30 or something as
Oh yeah, on Amazon, like when
a
there's a
bundle.
series, you have the option to buy everything if you want.
So if it's like $30 for all of them, like it's less than $10 a book, right? That you're making.
You bought the Kindle, right?
Yeah, about the Kindle bundle.
I'm pretty sure they're like $5 each, and the first one is free. And there's 5 published ones in the series so far, 6 written, just not published.
And
So it should have cost like,
individually, how much are the books?
like 20. Yeah, they're
20
like
bucks?
$4.99, except the first one is free.
And if you buy the physical books, like how much are the
US, I forget. I think it's like $18.
18 bucks? Are they print on demand?
Yeah,
So people can order like as many copies
Yeah.
as they want, like if they just go and it'll just fulfill them as they order them. Okay. So, and there's what, 5 books in the series so far?
yeah. The 6th one is written. It just haven't proofread or published it yet.
Right. Okay, so that's 90 bucks if you bought the books individually. So if you ran like a $39 challenge, that's twice what you're making. If somebody buys the bundle, you could offer them all of the, like, you'd be like, we're gonna read this book together. Challenges is $39, and then you can add like an upsell. It's like, if you'd like to get the rest of the set for like an additional $10 or something, it's like you can get them up to like $50, and you're saving. If you buy all of the books, it's $90, but you can get the whole set. It'll be half of that, and you get the you'll be in the challenge. You'll get to read it with other people, and this is going to change your life. It's going to completely transform your business and your mindset. And like, so like, they're just all of the marketing things that you learn on how to like make things valuable. I think there's absolutely some ways to do this.
That's definitely a good deal for them, but it's a crappy deal for me because it's going to cost me money to get them in the challenge.
What is the book? What is the cost of the book?
Like if I order them directly from Amazon, it's like I need to, when I order like author copies,
Mhm.
they're like just the cost of printing, but it's expensive. It's around like almost $10 per book, and
Mhm.
they ship them to me. So I have to like pay to ship them to whoever. So it's like, it's
Mhm.
going to cost me basically the price of the book, if not more,
Mhm.
shit to like buy it and ship it out. So it's like I'm literally losing money if I do it
Mhm.
that way. Anyway, I think I don't know if this is something we need to kind of plan out. I think it's more like it's a cool idea.
Mhm.
See where it goes. Like if you think it would be a good fit and like want to reach out to your friend, we can just kind of like have a chat and be like, hey, we're thinking of this. What do you think? And it's like I
Yeah.
don't think we need to necessarily like prepare or plan anything until
Mhm.
it actually becomes a possibility.
Yeah. I like the idea a lot.
What I like is that I can charge like way more. Like
Mhm.
once the book is done, it's like 11 books in total. So it's like, hey, I can sell the first book. It's like, I don't know, $2.97 for the book and like the whole concept. And I can write
Mhm.
like companion like pamphlets or whatever will explain like, hey, this is the mindset you need to use when reading it or whatever. Or it can be a video explaining it.
Mhm.
But it's like, it's not going to take that much work. And once the entire book, the entire series is written, it's going to be 11 books. And I could be like, all right, it's $300 for the first book. But if like you upgrade to the whole package and you get everything, it's $1,000 for 11 books,
Mhm.
including the trainings and everything on the back end. So it's like, that's a really good deal for them. And I'm making what, like $90 per book? which as opposed to like $5 for the Kindle, which I actually make like $3 and change off of.
Mhm.
So wait, 3 times. So I'm literally making 30 times more for each book.
Dang. Yeah, I feel like you could totally like run this challenge for like $500. Like, I think it might take a while to figure out exactly how to say it and who the right person is, but like, I bet you there's people who would do something like that and be like, I would much rather read like a fantasy book than go through some sort of like coaching program.
Hmm. Okay, I think right now, step number one is finding someone who's willing to test this out.
Mhm.
Of like, hey, I wrote these books and I realized that a lot of the principles in them applied to real life and allowed me to grow as a person and everything. It's like, I want to create this into a product to help people, evolve and grow themselves and their
Mhm.
business. Do you want to try it for free? I'm going to give you the
Mhm.
book. Just go through it with this mindset. Let me know what comes up.
Yeah.
And it's like you get to go through it for free and experience it.
Mhm.
I think like if I can find one person who's willing to jump in, then I can see, all right, how does that work? How is it going?
Yeah.
Ooh,
I
uh,
yeah.
quick question.
Yeah.
Are you interested in reading a book series?
Yeah.
Man. All right, we could definitely do this, but I feel like I would also need like someone that I don't know, someone that's unbiased, that has no connection to me or the books, just to see like, would it work for a perfect stranger?
Mhm.
It's like, if you want to read the books with that mindset, please go ahead and let me know whatever comes up. But I think like the real test would be like taking some random person and just being like, all right, read this book with this mindset and let me know what happens.
Yeah.
Because I love this concept because if it works, it's literally like my books are coaching instead of me.
Uh-huh.
Like that is the kind of coaching that I want to do. Coaching that I don't have.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I think I have some resources that might help with this. Because there's a guy that has his whole business is based on a book funnel. He uses a book as his uh self-liquidating offer that leads into his coaching program. But man, I love this idea so much because the actual coaching that you have to do is you could almost do like a group coaching where it's completely hands off because they're reading the book and then talking to each other.
Yeah, and it's like having me there only like disrupts things because I'm the author. I have my own views, and because I'm the
Hmm.
author, people like will, I don't know, they'll have this perception of like, oh, he
Hmm.
wrote this, like his opinion is more important than ours, which is
Right.
not true. It's about
Hmm.
you reading and you getting what you need
Hmm.
from it.
Yeah. And honestly, I don't know. It's probably different for every person, but I kind of feel like it's not really they don't really give a crap about you as the author until they've started reading the books and started to experience some of that transformation or like their own story that they're starting to build along with reading the story. So like after they start experiencing, then it's like when you do like the end of the challenge or like halfway through, it's kind of a like Q&A or meet the author kind of thing. Then it's like valuable because now they're starting to be emotionally attached to the work.
Dude, I just realized something. The pitch for this is my life. Because it's like, I was,
Oh, you got like $1 million business here.
it's like the pitch is like, I used to think that what I was doing in my real life affected me writing the books, but it was the other way around. It's what I wrote in the books and the transformation that the main character went through that gives me insights necessary to do things in real life. And it's like I can share the story of like, hey, I ran an ultra marathon with like less than 3 months training. And like I did a 5-day isolation challenge where I was in the dark by myself for 5 days. It's like I wrote a book in 28 days. And it's like I sold everything and started traveling. It's like none of that would have happened if I didn't go through that journey of writing the books and evolving as the character was evolving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you say that exact story, like if I didn't go through the exact journey that you will go through with this character. I mean, because I mean, whether you wrote it or whether you're reading it, you're still gonna go on the same journey with the character. And because what happens is that's just the scaffolding for you to bring your own mind to the table. So you start unraveling the stuff that's in there and looking at it.
And the beauty with this is I can literally pre-sell the series of like, hey, it's $1,000 for like the books and the training and everything. It's like you get lifetime access. So every time I publish a new book, you get it for free.
Mm-hmm. Dang.
And if I do this and it works and people start paying, I'm like, crap, I got to write the other books now. So it's going to force me to finish it.
Dang. But what a better way to like have motivation as an author is like all of a sudden you have a fan base. Like people who are like, when's the next book coming out? Then it's actually like exciting. It's like when I
But I don't feel like it'll ever get to the level of like, J.K. Rowling or like, uh, what's his name? Martin, Game of Thrones.
yeah, our Martin.
R.R. Martin? Yeah, okay.
I
It's
don't
like,
know.
I feel like
Oh,
he's had like so much pressure from like fans. And it's like
mhm,
people are complaining so much that it's taking him forever that he's just like frozen. He's like, crap, I
mhm.
can't do this.
Yeah.
I feel like I have never read the series because I prefer waiting till the series is complete to read
Mhm.
it all in one go rather than having to wait like 7 years. And I feel like for him, it's taking him so long, he's probably going to die before he finishes it. And people are
Oh,
going to be
dude.
so.
I wonder if he has looked into hiring a coach.
Oh,
I
you
mean,
want to
he's like he's he's
pitch?
he's talking on like a global platform about like having writer's block, basically. I mean, maybe writing is not as fun and interesting to him right now as like whatever all the other stuff is that he's filling his life with. But I mean, if that's literally I can't imagine that we're the first people who have thought of this. But yeah, I wonder what that would be like to like be hmm.
Ooh, this concept is basically like entertain your way to success. Where it's
Mhm.
like I'm just reading an entertaining fiction book, yet it's giving me so much insight and allowing me to
Mhm.
grow as a person.
Well, here's my theory that I was thinking about this last couple weeks is, and we could totally use this in the marketing. Um, if you start to realize that what reality actually is, it's more there's a fuller dimension to reality than just like what exists in 3D and like in the matter side of things. So if you start to look at it that way, if you're like, okay, I want to go explore like the far reaches of the universe. If you think that you have to build a rocket ship that can physically travel in outer space, like light years away, the amount of energy required at the 3D level is just so insane. Like we still have a lot of work to do to crack that. But when you recognize that the like there's so much more to reality than just what's physical, when you start playing in that space, then you realize that holy cow, stories are the vehicles that allow you to travel from one place to another, to learn things, to collect things, to feel stuff. So it's like that's your faster than light travel. You can go to a planet and come back at the speed of thought and have experiences at an accelerated rate. You're acquiring and becoming stuff that if you physically like drove or flew in a vehicle, went to a place, had that experience, lived your life, like you would, it would take years, decades to do stuff and have assimilated all of that experience. Whereas in a story, you can take somebody through that journey and all of the essential parts of creating change happen at like an exponentially accelerated rate. So light faster than light speed travel is literally at the consciousness level. Storytelling is actually it's like the future Star Trek that we represent on screen, but actually what's happening is like you're on the spaceship with them really like right now.
Okay, something is coming up. David Goggins' book is so powerful because of all the stories he shares. He's not really teaching anything. He's like, this is my messed up story. Get what you need from it. And like, it empowers me every single time I read it. And it's not even like, okay, it's more powerful because I know it's a real story, but it's happening to someone else. Whereas fiction, especially like my series, because it's written in first person. So even though it's not you, it's like you're going through the story as if it's happening to you. So if you approach it from like imagine you're actually living the story and let that influence you. Let that allow you to grow as a person. I think that has the potential to really make an impact. Because a lot of the times we read books just for entertainment. It's like I never got any breakthroughs when reading like Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings, even though it's like, yeah, it's inspiring and entertaining, but it's like never made a breakthrough in my life. But this, which I'm now realizing is pretty much an altered version of what like the concept we came up with last year at the start of Floating. Like that first big breakthrough I had of like, oh, you could treat your life as an adventure and like you're writing the book of your life. Like this is kind of the evolution of that.
Yeah. Dang.
So it's kind of like read this book, embody it completely, and let it inspire you to go out and live an adventurous life. Whatever that means for you, whether it's traveling, whether it's actually having adventures or challenging yourself or building a business, whatever that is, let this experience transform you.
Yeah. I think we're onto something. I think this is like, this could be, I mean, it's hilarious that like you're trying to build some, an online business using somebody else's thing. It's like actually you have what you need. And it's not even like you have to make new stuff or do the parts of like the coaching and stuff that you don't really care about. It's like it literally could be easy.
And it's just,
which,
that's what I love about these trainings that I'm watching. And it's changing my perspective of like, all right, there's someone out there selling a book for 400 bucks, a one-page PDF for 77 bucks, and a second book for 1,000 bucks. And people are buying it. And it's
dang,
like, what's making it more valuable? Because of the transformation and the information they're going to get, the value from it.
Mhm.
People think that fiction is not valuable. The only
Mhm.
value is entertainment. But if you convince them that this piece of fiction can transform your life,
Mhm.
then it becomes invaluable. That's when you can charge whatever price you want for it, whatever
Mhm.
price people are willing to pay.
Oh my gosh.
But
I'm just imagining like if this works, how crazy this will be. Like
dude, I
these books are gonna
feel like
get to the place where they're gonna sell themselves.
yeah, the first step is just like find a few people to test this out on. If they
Mhm.
get results, if I see that it works, then I can bring it to the next level. And it's like one of the trainings that I watch, the guy, like his strategy is like do some research, find a bunch of companies that advertise products within your niche in magazines
Mhm.
that are niche, and then reach out to them and they say like, hey, I'm creating a giveaway. Would you mind giving like one copy of your product
Mhm.
to this? In exchange, you're going to get all the contact info of the people who sign up. And you
Mhm.
approach like 5 or 6 different companies, create like a bundle, give that away, and every single
Mhm.
company promotes that bundle, that free offer to their list.
Mhm.
It's like as the organizer, you get like the first copy of the list.
Mhm.
So all the companies get a copy, but it's like you get the master copy, if you will.
Yeah.
And it's like if you do this right with the right companies in the right market, you can easily build an audience of like 10, 20, 30,000 emails very quickly.
Mhm.
And then if I have that audience and I have this idea that I've proven, I just put it in front of the audience, even if it's just like a
Mhm.
very low percentage. It's like, hey, didn't really cost me any work. I just had to build the funnel.
Mhm.
It's already there. It's like, yeah, I have the audience and I have the product. Everything's already there. It's like
Mhm.
90% of the work has already been done.
Yeah. Okay, so how could we make this insanely more valuable? Like if we
Yeah.
could get some other resources that would make it's like you don't want to have to do any more work than just have the idea. And then if other people can add things to the mix that make this really sexy and valuable for somebody who's like, all right, I want to read a book that's going to change my life. What's going to help me be more likely to take advantage of this? Like, I think the right way to do this, like from an engineering standpoint, would be like, so what would be the objections for the right kind of person who's like, that sounds amazing, but what if this? And it's like you have an answer for all of those objections where it's like this massive value add.
Well, one of them could be a mastermind with like,
Mm-hmm,
hey, you're going to be put in a group with 9
mm-hmm,
other people. So you can be 10 people in the group
yeah.
who are going to be able to discuss the book and your
Mm-hmm.
journeys and everything.
Okay,
That's that.
so the community, like we got that taken care of. Like I can totally like
Yeah.
support and facilitate with that kind of thing. Um, what about like I don't have enough time. We
I'm
find
just wondering,
somebody.
like, I like the brainstorming idea of this, but I don't think we need to come up with the entire package now.
That's
Like,
true.
there's no point in doing this until I get a couple people to test this out and prove if it works.
Mm-hmm,
I mean, if you want to do it just for fun, like for the exercise of figuring
mm-hmm.
out, can, but I don't think we need to right now.
Okay, maybe the right question to ask would be, um, like who could we ask that would be like wanting to be in on this? that would help them grow their list. So like this girl that I'm thinking of, her group has about 1,000 members. She probably has a little bit larger email list because not everybody joins a group. But I'm assuming she would be totally down to grow her list. Let's see here. I feel like somebody in like the manifestation space, like if we're going down like the fantasy route, like the magic kind of thing, I think. I don't know. Or
Yes.
maybe
No.
like
Feel like
artist types.
I don't know. I just feel that manifestation, like it's definitely real. Like we've proven that, but most people in the entrepreneurial sphere perceive it as, yeah, it's crap. It doesn't really work. Like it's woo-woo stuff, you know?
Mhm,
Most people prefer something that's grounded in science, even though it's like, you know, there's been a lot of proof that manifestation works and everything, but most
mhm,
people have that perception of it.
mhm.
And it's like, if I have that as like an element of it, then it's going to turn away some people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the value stack is something that I can figure out later on. For now, step
Mhm,
one is find a couple people, test this out just to see what happens.
mhm.
And yeah, okay, so I mean, would you be comfortable either reaching out to your friend or putting us in contact or something?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so let's give this a try. Like, I really want to do this the right way. So not
Mhm,
like the way that I normally would, which is come up with the whole idea and the concept and the value and everything and like build up the funnel before I test everything. It's like step
yeah,
one, test it. And it's like it might take a year. Like it might take a year before I find a couple people to test it out and they start getting
mhm.
results. I feel like something like this is like a slow burn. You don't necessarily
Yeah.
see results immediately, but after a year, it's kind of like floating.
Mhm.
Like you get
Right.
breakthroughs, stuff like that, but real world transformation doesn't happen that quickly. And then after like 6 months, a year, you look back, you're like, oh wow.
Mhm.
All right, so I guess we've done everything we need to do for this.
Yeah. I think what excites me about this is
Nothing.
what you just said is like it like however long it's gonna take. Like we don't really know. But what feels really certain in my mind is like this is something that's gonna happen. Like if we just keep moving the needle, like it feels like all of the things are there for this to be like a highly profitable business. Because it's not like a one-off book. Like there's enough stuff there that's like that's really valuable to the right group of people. And then just continuing to dig on like what are the little tweaks that need to happen in order for it to sell?
Yeah, and I feel like if I try this right now, I don't
Mm-hmm.
have the skills necessary to make it successful.
Mm-hmm.
I think if I kind of do this on the back end of like, yeah, let's just test it out, see what happens, like play around
Mm-hmm.
with it. Once I get to the point where like, all right, I've tested this out, I know that it works, I want to actually launch this. By
Mm-hmm.
then, I'll have created enough funnels and had enough success that I'll have the knowledge and the finances to set it up and launch it properly.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's just never going to lead to anything, which is totally fine. Because I feel like that's the thing. Like, if it comes to just business and money, it's like, all right, I can take other concepts that are going to be that have been proven that are going to be way
Mm-hmm.
faster, generate way more results, Whereas this, it's more like a passion project for the fun of it, just to see like, because we realize it definitely works for me. And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a mixture of the two. It's like what I live in life influences what I write in my books, and what I write in my books influences what I do in real life. So it's
Mm.
really give and take. So it's like, no matter what, it's still valuable to me. But is it just valuable to me because I'm the author, or is it valuable to other people just reading it? That's the question.
Mm-hmm.
But I love this new concept of like, presented the right way, anything can be as valueless or valuable as you want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, books, like some people are like, nah, I'm just gonna give the book away for free. And other people are like, no, I'm gonna sell the book for $1,000. Like both are strategies that work.
Mm-hmm.
It could be the exact same book. Like some people literally give the book away as a lead magnet. Other people sell it for $1,000. And people buy both of it. It could be the exact same book too. And it's just like concept of value is completely arbitrary. Like I don't know how she did it, but one of the people who was talking about like her business is drop shipping. In the beginning, when she got started, she didn't have any inventory or money to buy inventory. So she's like, I literally like cut up pieces of like my shed and sold the wood online. Like I'm not sure exactly how she did it. She didn't go into detail, but it's like she just cut up pieces of wood from her shed and sold it and made $9,000. Other people would have
What?
been like, I'm just going to throw the wood away. I don't know how she did it. She just like briefly breezed over that. I'm like, what the hell? I need to know more, but
That's
she didn't
crazy.
explain. And I'm just like, okay, yeah, literally, like people sell rocks. Like, hey, want to buy a pet rock? It's a rock.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's completely valueless. Or it's like water. We buy a bottle of water for really expensive. And it's gotten to the point where it's like people are selling air. So you're in a place where the air is pure, just put it in a bottle, ship it halfway across the world to a polluted city, and people will buy it.
That's crazy.
All right, so how can we explore this concept? How can we use this concept in business to make our life really easy? Of like, present something inherently valueless, but that becomes super valuable to people. How do we do that? It's like, it can be like intangible stuff like, oh, you can buy a star and like, we're charging you $100 to name your star. It's like, you don't even really know where it is. Like, you can't see it really in the sky. It's like, you're never going to
Mm-hmm.
go there, but you spent $100 to buy it.
Yeah.
Like the people
I
who are in, I forget which country, but it's like in countries where there are um, like sirs, and it's like you sell like a tiny portion of land, and it's like, now I'm sir this, and you have the official certificate to prove it. It's like dumb. It's not really dumb, but it's like simple things like that that are completely
Mhm.
valueless, but people value it.
It's like NFT before NFT.
Kinda,
Like,
yeah.
how do you slice up whatever you have, like the asset that you have, in as many tiny pieces as you can, where still people will still pay for it?
It's like, as an example, if you're a celebrity and you die and you get cremated, you can sell like an ounce of your ashes for like 10,000
Mhm.
bucks and people will buy it.
Yeah.
Like random, seemingly valueless and sometimes gross things like that. Of like
Mhm.
people buying like a used tissue from a celebrity for like a crap ton of money just because they used it.
Mhm.
It's like, this is gross. People throw this away, yet you paid a lot of money for it. And I guess it's the same principle for like courses and stuff like that. Cause like value stack,
Mhm.
it's like most of them are as valuable or valueless as you choose. It's like,
Mhm.
oh, well, this bonus is worth $1,000. Who decided? I did. Oh, okay, it's worth $1,000. You could decide it's worth 100 and it's worth 100. I don't know. I just think it's an interesting concept, and it's like if used properly, it can
Mhm.
make you a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's like other things, just like those kinds of strategies that I love of like, hey, I want to build a business. I want to build a funnel. So let's build a funnel selling my funnel building services. And to build their funnel, I literally copy the funnel that I use to sell this service, like modify it a bit to fit their business and
Mhm.
charge them like $1,000. And then as I get a few referrals, it's like, all right, I bump it up to $5,000. I get a few more referrals, I bump it up to $10,000. It's like the exact same thing that you're copying and pasting and tweaking. It might take you like one day of work. It's like, how come it was worth nothing in the beginning and now it's worth $10,000? I'll just
Mhm.
because people are willing to pay for it. And it's funny, I was listening to the audiobook of .com Secrets yesterday or the day before. Anyway, when
Mhm.
I was walking on the beach, and he was explaining how it's like, I forget what it was, but he's like, there's three things that can go wrong if your business isn't successful. It's like either the offer, the funnel, or I don't know. It was like three things. And he's like, I'm sharing this in the book. And he's like, I've been hired by companies and they pay me $1 million and I come in to fix their funnel. And this is this, it's like, all right, it's one of those three things. Let's figure out
Mhm.
what it is. And he gets paid $1 million for that. And he
Wow.
shared that exact information inside the book that you got for free.
Mhm.
Just like, all right, it could either be worthless because you got it for free, or it could be worth $1 million.
Mhm.
It's the same exact information, the same exact process. It's like that's the kind of business I want to build. Of like,
Mhm.
do the work once and just keep repeating and getting charged for it and charge more and more and more. And it's like, ooh, that was another one. Another one of the guys. He's like, I suck at copywriting. I don't want to take years to learn how to copyright. So instead, I'm focusing on getting referrals, or sorry, not getting referrals, getting testimonials and reviews and using that as my copy.
Mhm.
So instead of like having a very complex sales funnel and like sales page, it's like, all right, few benefits, reviews, few benefits, reviews, few benefits, reviews, few benefits,
Mm.
reviews. It's like, that's his sales copy. He doesn't know how to like do sales, like,
Mm.
or copyright, but he's made like millions upon millions of dollars using that strategy.
Wow.
So he's like, I much prefer focusing on getting people results and using the testimonials to get more people
Mhm.
and spending years learning the skill of
Yeah.
copyright. And it's like, okay, that's why I'm watching all these trainings. So I'm like, all right, take this from there, this from there, this from there.
Mhm.
Like, it reminds me from another one. Like, that was last year. It was a simple Facebook ad. And then you get to the page and it's like one video at the top explaining the offer, and then a button to like book your appointment to speak to one of the salespeople,
Mhm.
and then a video testimonial, another button, video testimonial, another button. There was like 20 of those. That was the entire sales page. There was no copy whatsoever. They were selling a $10,000 program
Wow.
from that.
With no copy.
Yep.
That's amazing.
That's the power of like testimonials.
Mhm. Dang.
What if we just did that? Do you think it would be possible to sell an offer with only testimonials and people don't know what the offer is? So it's like, it's super vague. It's like, are you an entrepreneur? You want to, grow your business? That's it. Like something as vague as that. And then just like testimonial, 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 book your call now. Then we got on the call. It's like, all right, what do you need help with? And it's kind of like we create a custom offer for that person. So it's like we don't have a target audience. As long as they're an entrepreneur, and every single entrepreneur wants to grow their business, and as long as we can deliver and help them do that, do we really need to like deliver that? It's like, as long as we have the catch, like it's like, I don't know, whatever the catch is of like the headline that grabs the attention, and then it's like testimonial, 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 book your call now. It's like, would that work without even explaining what we're selling?
Yeah.
That would be an interesting experiment to run.
And you know what you said earlier about by priming somebody's expectation, by setting it up with these testimonials, like this was an amazing experience. They're coming in expecting to have an amazing experience.
Okay, that reminds me of something else that Russell Brunson was talking about in his book, of like, he called it the Seinfeld, I forget what it's called, but it's like for newsletter, it's like Seinfeld emails, where it's like 90% of the email is completely random and pointless and it's about nothing. But as long as in the 10% at the end, you tie it into an offer, people will be entertained. Like you don't need to provide value. He's like, I just told a story about something that happened recently, find a way to tie it into one of my offers and just do that. And he mentioned one guy who only had one product, one offer, and every single day he would send out an email with a story promoting that same offer. So for a year, every single email, every single day, he would promote one offer. It's like, that's his business.
Wow.
Ooh, a mango just fell off a tree. Let me go see. Yeah, I'm just like, I love seeing things like that of how people use business in such a simple, original way. Because you're like, I can literally do anything that I want. No, it's rotten. Oh well. This one is mostly not rotten, bit, but not too much. There's literally like mangoes on the ground.
Wow. That is a massive mango.
Ooh, this one's nice. Nope, that one's partly eaten. That one's a little cracked.
I'm so jealous. I've never had fresh mango.
Me neither. It's not off the tree. It's off the ground, but it's close enough.
Yeah, that seems like it would be. I mean, if it's naturally like ripened enough that it fell off by itself.
Dude, that is a great example of what we're talking about. In Canada or the US, like, I don't know how much it is in the US, but in Canada, it's like minimum of $1 for a mango.
Oh yeah.
Here they fall off and people let them rot because there's just so many of them. So it's the principle we're just talking about, like, it's as valuable or valueless as you choose to make it.
Yeah, and okay,
Can
and if
we,
you take this same principle and just flip it on its head, it's like you could have a business where you're working really hard to create that value and get people to see the value, or if you figure out, I mean, all of the work is done in figuring out who really, really wants what you have. Like, where is the actual demand? And it might look like finding out that the real demand is like, well, I want clients. Like, that's where people are willing to pay lots and lots of money for. And so if you find the way where this book helps you shift your mindset, realign what you're doing, and see how you can get clients. Like, I don't know exactly what the $1 million version of your business is going to look like, but like, if you find the people who already want to give you money, and it's just like the mango falling from the tree by itself, instead of, you know, here in the US, it's like you got to go to the store, you got to see if they're like in season, you got to pay out the nose because they're not, you know, local fruit. It's like you can find the prospects where it takes so much selling and convincing and like working around what they need, or you find the people who, like, if you match the offer to the right person, they've got money to just drop in your lap and they're happy to give it to you because it's exactly what they've been looking for.
okay, I like this idea. So I guess it all really comes down to where do you find the people looking for exactly what you have to offer so that you don't even need to do this. Oh, it's like you get to the point where if you're in the right place with the right offer, you get clients to chase you rather than you chasing clients.
Right. Okay. Well, let me think. What if the right approach is you talk about all the things that people want, and then you remind them that the reason that they want it is because what they actually want is none of those things. So it's like we've done this to ourselves constantly. It's like, you want more clients, like you want to scale your business, you want to be able to take yourself out of business. So it's like, you don't actually want more clients, you don't actually want a bigger business. Like, what you want is to not have to work. What you want is to actually have the dream life that you actually want. But you're building this business because you think that that is how you have to get the life that you're looking for. Well, it's like, we're building businesses for fun because it's interesting to us. But like, the lives that we live have come about not because we've gotten tons of clients or worked really hard, but because our, like, where we're at in our life is we're just willing to do the stuff that makes our life look like the way that we want it to. And it's just a different way of looking at things. And so you can still have the business, you can still land more clients, you can still grow and scale and do it for fun because that's part of the life you want to have. But if you're somebody who's like, yeah, I want to be able to, like, go see the world, I want to be able to um you know, have spiritual expansion, I want to have a community, whatever those things are that you really want, it's like, all of that stuff is happening to us right now and we don't know how to get people to buy from us. It's like, you don't have to build a mega successful business to have the dream life that you want. We're living it. And the stuff that we're doing now is like, it's because we want to do those things for fun. And I mean, on some level, it's like, yes, but no. So like, what are the things that in your life are you telling yourself, I have to have that so that I can get to this? And it's probably, you probably don't need more time in your life. You probably don't need more clients. You probably don't need more money. probably just need to like say, what do I need to say no to and actually start saying yes to? And just start experiencing some of the stuff that you could do tomorrow if you would just let yourself. Like, what if you just took the day off and like go do something you've been putting off?
What you're describing sounds like getting paid to ruin people's dreams. Like, you want to build a business? Let me convince you. No, actually, pay me to convince you that you're wrong.
Well, I mean, and I think that there are some people, it's like, if they know what they want, it's like, there's no amount of convincing that you can do that's going to change their mind. But there's going to be some people who are like, holy crap, I am doing that to myself. Like, and those people are the ones that like, so if you're somebody who's like, yeah, I never have time to, like, I used to love to read. I wish I just could, I want to have the time to say, okay, so make some time in your life. Like, cancel Netflix for the next month and sit down and get back to the person that you are when you love reading, and do it with a group of people who, like, if you're building a business because that's part of the adventure you want to go on, do it with other people who that's what they're doing too, and read a book that's going to become like the best coach you ever had. It's going to take you on an adventure, on a journey that you'd never be able to do in real life, but it's going to be massively more transformational. And look at the results. Like, you sold everything, you're living all around the world, you wrote a book in 30 days, ran an ultra marathon. I've moved my family across the country. I'm getting weirder and weirder all the time. I helped launch like a community membership with a millionaire. I had lunch with the guy that wrote the book that got me into entrepreneurship, and he wrote a song for me, like, just
What?
by
I didn't know that part.
I didn't tell you about that. Yeah, he's a
Nope.
musician, and so like I sent him some lyrics of something that I wrote. It was like a poem, and he's like, he got on a Zoom call. He's like, hey, I'll play some music for you, and I'll sing this thing. But it's just like so many crazy things in our lives that are happening that, like, when you stack all of that stuff together and you look at it, it's like that's the life that people want, and it's the life that we want, but it's like we fill it up with other things that we're looking at the past or we're looking at the future, and we're spend time in those spaces thinking we're not where we want to be when we are.
Okay.
So So, I mean, the point is like getting people to see that looking at like what you want and who you want to be through the lens of something like a book can do the same thing as going through like a $20,000 coaching course. Like, and you could totally do a program where it's, they're charging you tons of money. You have to do tons of stuff. You have to work really hard, bust your ass in order for that stuff to work. You do it, and it's like, it's kind of up to you. Or you could read a book with a bunch of people and have your mind blown and your life changed.
All right. What you're describing makes sense. Because people want the result, they don't want to do the work.
Mm-hmm.
The result is living the life they want.
Mm-hmm.
The work they need to do is to stop doing all the bullshit that they're doing that they shouldn't be doing.
Mm-hmm.
So they pay us to get them to stop doing the things they shouldn't be doing. So basically, but how do we sell that though?
They're
Because no one would
paying.
pay for us to like, you know, because people are like, I pay for value, I pay for results, I pay for something concrete. Where it's like,
Mhm.
no, we're removing stuff from your life. But people are like, well,
I
no,
don't
why
think
would
you
I
have.
pay for that?
I don't think you have to sell it because what they're paying us for is permission to not have to do all the other stuff that they think they have to do, but they don't really want to do. The only reason they do it or they are planning to do it is because they think that's the path to get to the thing they really want. So if you say like, here's a shortcut, you want to come through this door? It's like my ticket's only $30. Theirs is 300. Theirs is 3,000. Theirs is 30,000. It's like mine's shorter. I could charge you 3 million, but because it's worth it, but it's almost nothing.
I, two things came up. First of all, it's the principle of like, anyway, minimalism of like removing elements from your life to make it simpler. And I'm thinking like of a concrete example of like, right, if you teach people to become minimalists, you basically get paid to go in their house and tell them like, all right, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. And you can literally turn around and sell all that stuff and get paid twice. Like you get paid to go in and convince them they don't need any of it. And then you take all their things and sell them. Oh my God. Oh.
Yeah, but I mean, imagine like somebody has the problem like I'm stressed out. I can't stand this. And you help them see like, well, the reason you're stressed out is you got too much stuff. You're not handling it responsibly. It just makes you miserable. So get rid of your stuff. Like get the stuff that you actually need and that makes you happy. Get rid of the rest. Like that actually solves their problem. So you solve the problem. They thank you for it. They pay you for it. And then the stuff that they really don't need or want, it's like you've solved their problem for it. So they literally can let it go. I mean, if you did a business where it was like, I'm gonna help you clean your house out, and then we're gonna sell all of the stuff, and you get half. Like maybe that even covers my feet. So how can we apply that kind of idea to like, if what we're doing is like letting people have a mindset shift where we're releasing them from stuff that they didn't realize they didn't have to do. And it's not even us, like they're doing it. They're doing the work themselves. And so then if that translates to better quality of life, better businesses, better relationships, go ahead.
I just realized we could sell our services and it's like, hey, the reason why you're not successful is because you're doing too many things. So hire us. We're going to come in and help you eliminate all the useless things from your life. And like, that's the offer. It's like, instead of using like an offer stack, we use a reverse offer stack. Here are all the things you're not going to get. You're not going to get a 12-week course. You're not going to get this. You're not going to get that. It's just like, instead of a stack of like, this is all you're getting, it's like, this is all you're not getting.
Oh, dang. Yeah. So you could literally go to like all of those things that we're not, find offers like that and like all of the objections that they use to like, they do all this kung fu to like the stuff that people really don't like about those programs, like, oh, it costs too much. Well, it won't cost you like a $30,000 program. It's like it takes too long, or like I have to do all this work to get the result. You won't have to do that work. You'll get results like immediately, and just basically go down the like you're saying, like the reverse offer stack, it's not going to be this, so you won't have this pain point. You won't have this like objection.
Wow. I think this could work if
I
we
think
just
so.
really take the like a normal typical funnel, but just like literally reverse everything.
Uh-huh.
Like instead of adding value from your life, we're removing distractions from your life. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like these are all the things you're not going to get. And it's like, I don't know, just like use the exact same structure as a normal funnel.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, I feel like that would be, I think if we structure this properly, this would work really well.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, ooh, this is good because a very good strategy in business is take a common concept and flip it on its head. The
Yeah.
common concept is like, you need more to succeed, more information,
Mm-hmm.
more client, more time, more this, more that. The answer is you need less, way, 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 way less, so that you can focus on the
Mm-hmm.
things that are truly important. So hire us. Like these are all the benefits you're going to get from doing less.
Mm-hmm.
And then we could even like use a typical funnel of like writing a book of like how this is the process you go through.
Mm-hmm.
And then like an upsell of like, oh, there's a course you can go through. And then it's like, hey, if you want to hire us, we can go in your life and do it with you and for you.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be like, I don't know, like I don't like books just because they're a lot of work to set up, but it could be like a very like short free training. Like, hey,
Mm-hmm.
this is the big overview, the principle you need to understand.
Mm-hmm.
And like it's free or it's $7 or whatever. And then the upsell is like, I don't know, $297 course.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, if you don't want to do yourself and you want to get the results very quickly, you can hire us for $5,000. And we go
Mm-hmm.
in intensive, like 1 week of just decluttering your entire life so that by
Mm-hmm.
the end, you're only left with the truly important things.
Mm-hmm.
I like this because I've never seen anything like this. And I love the fact that it's like the complete opposite of what
Mm-hmm.
everyone else is selling. Because everyone else is like, you need something new. You're missing something.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that is the business strategy for I mean, every single offer I've ever seen. Whether it's coaching or a book or a course, whatever it is, it's always like you're missing something,
Mm-hmm.
the result that you want. Let me provide that for you. Our strategy is you have too many things.
Mm-hmm.
Let us remove it for you. And because it's the complete opposite to people, it's like it's fresh, it's new, but at the same time, it's
Mm-hmm.
similar enough that they're like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I need that. It's such a
Mm-hmm.
basic concept that everyone can understand it. But because it's your life, you're very like, you're not objective about it. So you're
Mm-hmm.
like, no, no, I need this. That's important. This is important. That's important. It's like, no, no, we're here to show you it's not important. I feel like this would be so valuable. Dude, this is the ultimate anti-business. Because floaching is about doing the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
This is the opposite. Man, I'm loving this.
So this is a, I mean, this is a really powerful marketing tactic. So I think we just need to figure out what is the strongest way to open this idea or this conversation. I mean, we're opening a loop that the business is the answer to. So it's like everybody says this is a truth that you must do in business, or everybody says this is a truth in order to like live the life you want. We're saying no, like that is not right. you actually have to do less. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what the unique message is that's gonna be like, nobody else has that.
I think like if we target it for entrepreneurs, it's make more money by doing less. A lot of the time, like, oh, make more money with no extra work. It's like, yeah, but you're literally doing less work, and that's going to make you more profitable.
Mhm.
Kind of like when you simplify, so many people have like a super complex business of like, all right, I have a newsletter, I have a book, I have a coaching program, I have a podcast, I have all these things. And it's like, yeah, some people are successful, but it's like they need an entire team to run that.
Mhm.
Whereas other people that run their business, it's like, as an example, Lewis Howes, his whole business is his podcast. That is his entire focus for his business. And because of that, he's super successful. And I mean, I don't know the exact details of his life, but I feel like it would be relatively simple because there's only one thing he's doing.
Mhm.
It's something also that Russell mentioned in his book. And it's like, he would tell clients, like, I don't want you to build the next step in your funnel until you've made $1 million from your funnel. So it's like, literally do not build the next rung in your like offer ladder until you've made $1 million from your front one. I think this could be our thing. Like, it's possible that other people have thought of it, but we've been in this business for, I mean, for myself, like I started 14 years ago. For you, I don't know, but I've never come across anything like this. So even if other people are doing it out there, it's not a big enough market that people are like, oh yeah, I've heard that before.
Mhm. Of like removal coaching. It's like, let's delete everything you don't need.
It's just, I love how like contrarian it is, yet simple and logical. So it's like you explain it, it's like everyone's telling you you need more to succeed. The truth is you need less, way, way less. And because this is your life, you're not objective enough to do it yourself.
Mhm.
So you need someone else to help you. That's what we do. We've done it for our own lives. And it's like, that's true.
Mm.
You've already done it. You've already like simplified, sold everything, like moved across the country. Like I sold everything and I'm traveling. It's like everything that I possess in the world is in one backpack. It's
Mhm.
like, I've done this. I've simplified everything. So it's like, we're already doing for ourselves what we're going to help others do. So we have the proof of, hey, this works. And it's like, this principle can also be applied to when you're adding new things of like, oh, I want to run like an ultra marathon. It's like most people, it's like, well, I need to train regularly for a year and buy the proper equipment and everything. It's like, I did it in like 3 months without even planning to run it. So it's like, you don't need to overcomplicate things. It's like, let's remove everything you don't need from your life and then remove all the things that you think you will need.
Something's coming up for me. I'm not 100% sure. I'm gonna go to the bathroom quick. And I think I have.
Oh man, that was a shitty segue. Crap. Now I'm picturing an actual Segway with poop on it. Be all slippery and gross. I've never actually ridden a Segway. That looks like fun though. Especially the ones like, I don't know what they're called, but without the handles, so it's just the wheels and you kind of like lean forward and you see people like fall all the time and it's hilarious. But yeah, that seems like fun. And without the crap, of course. Man, but I really like this idea of like selling simplification because we've been doing that anyway. Which is ironic because I'm trying to fill the emptiness of Aaron not being there by talking. When that's not the simplification process. The simplification process would just be to go to the bathroom myself or just lie here and say nothing. Whee!
Okay, here's what I thought of. Who we're trying to target is not entrepreneurs. We're
Okay.
targeting entrepreneurs who think that in order to live the lazy lifestyle they want, they have to work really hard and become successful to deserve that lifestyle. And that's not true. It's like, just stop doing the things that you really don't like doing. Just do the things that you want to be doing and you're done. I mean,
But the thing is, can they afford to pay us? That's the question. Because entrepreneurs who like already have some degree of success, but they're just like overwhelmed by the business and everything. They're like, I'm successful. I need more time. I want to be more successful. I want to grow the business, but I'm already so overwhelmed that I can't do it. We're like, all right, the way to make more money and grow your business is by doing less. So we're giving you everything you want. So it's just, and they can afford to pay us. That's the advantage.
I mean,
But I guess,
would you say there are more entrepreneurs
yeah,
or
okay.
more
True.
non-entrepreneurs?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you're just doing economy of scale, like if you make something that millions of people want, you can charge low prices for it. And if nobody else is doing it, you can charge whatever you want. I think I think we can build something that is low ticket, continue making it ridiculously sexy, and you just you keep selling enough of it so that it's profitable at scale, but then at the same time, when you're targeting people who are like, they really aren't in like the $20,000-$30,000 market, like by growing that gigantic audience, like you're gonna get people like who are like, okay, but I've already built a business. I already have lots of money, but I do want to do that simplification process you're talking about. So it's like they have the money to like hire, okay, how do we do this in the most efficient way possible so that I can like line up my life the way that you're talking about it? And those people will pay us, whatever we want to, do what we can kind of test and model with like lots of people at a
I feel
lower
like,
barriers.
yeah, I feel like the strategy for this would be like low end, high end. So it's like front end could be like a very simple, like 3-part video course where it's like, we're going to teach you how to simplify your life so you can be more successful. And then on the back of that, after we provide that value, it's like, here's like because I feel like the best way to sell high end through a webinar. So it's like, if we promote the webinar after, I'm not sure how, we need like to find a hook of like, this is why you need to watch the webinar. Like, then we break everything down in detail in the webinar of like, this is exactly the advanced techniques of like why you need to do and all the benefit you will get. And then the back end is like a high-end coaching offer. And even if it's something as simple of like, it can be like $1,000 for one. We're like, all right, we're gonna get on, like hop on a call for a day. And it's like, however long it takes for that day. If it takes 10 hours, we're gonna go through your entire life and just simplify everything. So it's like a life overhaul, if you will. And then like we can have like on the back end of that, if we want, we can pitch another like, hey, here's our like monthly recurring thing, and you get on a call with us every month, and we just like go over things like, all right, what do you really need to keep? What can you get? So they have like that constant like, okay, I need to get rid of that and that and that.
Mhm.
It's like I think something along those lines would work.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And the thing is, like, if we charge like $1,000 and it's like maximum 1 hour of work, I mean,
Mhm.
one day of work, it's like, well, if we're making $1,000 per day, like we just need like 3 clients per week. We're making 3,000 per week. That's like,
Well, and you
1,000.
honestly don't even need to do the calls like that many times. Like once you've done it a handful of times, you're like, okay, this is what people really need to ask themselves. And then you build that into, it's like
Yeah, of course.
the affiliate guy that I've told you about, like he talks about like getting paid $2,000 a week to do 1 hour of work. And that's what he does. Like he'll build a training or something. It's like he teaches it one time and then it becomes an asset that he can keep selling over and over and over. And like that particular training, he charges like $7 for. And because he's got a big list, like he always has people coming in all the time, he can sell it for cheap because he knows some percentage of people will buy something super cheap. And like he can make, you know, thousands of dollars off of um low ticket, stuff. There's yeah, I don't know exactly like the
But I
form
feel like
that it would come in,
if
but
we
yeah.
this on the front end, it's like if we do it for 3 months and get like a couple people a week, we're gonna see patterns pop up, and we're like, we
Mm-hmm.
can go create a course on the back end of that saying like, hey, these are
Mm-hmm.
like 12 things that most people need to get rid of in their life. So here's
Mm-hmm.
the process you need to go through yourself to eliminate everything.
Mm-hmm.
And we can sell that course on the back end at the end of the automated funnel for $1,000. And then we don't need to do any of the coaching. And if we do
Yeah.
want to do coaching, we're like, hey, it's like a 1 week like life overhaul. It costs you like $10,000. And then
Mm-hmm.
we can do those like once a month if we want. But I think like if we use the principle of getting paid to figure out what people like don't need and like what the patterns are, then we have the research necessary to create the course to automate everything on the back end.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering what's the thing we could give on the front end that's valuable and kind of like sell the concept, because it's hard to close a cold audience. So it's like you can just drive people to the sign up webinar. It's like, hey, this is the concept that we're pitching. Sign up for the free web class, and then they sign up and we pitch them. But at the end, the conversion rate is going to be like 1% to max. But if we have like some sort of program or book or whatever on the front end, content that they go through and they're like, oh, this is valuable. And then on the back end, we
Mm-hmm.
pitch it. Like that's what one of the people did. He was doing a webinar and he sold like promoted it to cold traffic. And he was
Mm-hmm.
doing that on like 1 or 2% conversion rate. And then he decided to promote like a free offer at the start to warm them up and then promote the webinar. And his conversion went up to 20%
Mm-hmm.
from the same amount of traffic front end.
Wow.
So he literally like 10x'd his income. So I'm just like, I think we should use that strategy since he proves that it worked. Just like, how would we do that? What would be that front end offer that's attractive and intriguing enough to get like the people to consume? And it just kind of like gives them like a tease of like, this is the concept. To learn more, sign up for the web class. And in the web class, it's a webinar where we break everything down in detail. And then we're like, we pitch the service at the end. So maybe the front end is literally just that, like just a simple video training where we explain the concept. Maybe that would be enough.
I mean, I think that usually sells really well, is where you just tell people, this is the system. This is exactly how it works.
Ooh, yeah, okay.
You want to buy it?
I think the
I mean,
strategy would be
that's how.
I think the strategy would be using intrigue in the beginning, like the one backwards method to double your income with and double your time off or something like that. Like really
Mhm.
intrigue them. It's like, what is this? And then they sign up and like the video, it's like the basic breakdown of like, hey, everyone's selling you that you need something in order to be more successful. That's not true. What you need is the opposite. You need to remove things from your life. And we just kind of like sell them on the concept of like, this is what you need to do. If you want to go into more depth and learn really how we do everything and we can break it down for you, sign up for the web class. And then in the web class, we break everything down, show the value, but like to the next degree where we go in detail. And then at the end, we're like, hey, here's our offer. Do you want it? I think that strategy would work pretty well.
Yeah.
And we could even structure like special price of like, hey, this is a limited time offer. We're creating a course for this. We're doing the research. So instead of charging $5,000 like we normally would, we're charging $1,000. So you get this at 20% discount and you get to participate and help us create this course to help people in the future. Like I think this has the potential to work really well. And we could even create like two opt-in pages. Or like, I don't know how much detail, like, I don't know if we need to create two completely different funnels, but we could have one focused on entrepreneurs who are just overwhelmed and want to simplify their lives. And then entrepreneurs who it's like, hey, you want to be successful, but you're doing too much. That's why you're failing. Let us help you simplify your life. And I think both people could benefit. So if we
Yeah.
do the webinar in such a way that it's like general enough that it can apply to both, then we just need to adjust the first step of the funnel. And then we literally have like like the entire range of entrepreneur, from entrepreneur to overwhelmed entrepreneur. Even if they're not overwhelmed, like, hey, if you have a successful business, but you know, you have an opportunity to simplify things, like, yeah, sure, why not? All right, should we do this? Because my plan is today finish going through the trainings and then take like a day or two to just, you know, think and brainstorm and figure out what I want to do. But this seems like a very, very promising idea that would be very simple to set up because you don't need to create the product. You just need to create the funnel, create the webinar. And like on the back end, it's like we've coached enough that we know how to do it. We've like downsized and simplified our life enough that we know like what is important and not important. It's like it's just a question of like talking to people and figure out, all right, what are you doing?
Mhm.
What's taking your time? What can we get rid of? And it's like, it's relatively easy for us. Anyway, you don't have to answer right now. I'm just like, this is a very promising idea, and I think we
Mhm.
should consider it.
Yeah. It's not something I'm as excited about as the book thing, and I'm not sure why. I can't put my finger on
Well, I
why.
mean, we can do both. I think the book is more like a slow burn on the background of like, let's
Mhm.
just do the first step. Find a couple people, test it out, see if it works. And the thing is, like, this business, if we do it properly and scale it quickly, within 3 to 6 months, we could be at the point where it's automated.
Mhm.
And it's like, if you don't want to do it, that's cool. Like, I'll take a few days, think about things, and if that seems like a good fit, then I'll just do it myself. And it's like, if I set it up and it works and I'm like, hey, you want in, then we can just kind of like use the same funnel and like split the costs of getting the people in the funnel. And at the end, it's just like they book a call and it just randomly like, you take one, I take one, you take one, I take one.
Mhm.
I just love the simplicity of this idea. It's kind of ironic though, because if we do it and then we created a course, we're like pitching the concept of you don't need another course, but you need our course to realize you don't need another course.
All right. So let's do it.
Let's do
Let's
it.
do it on ourselves.
Okay.
Like, help me take out everything that I don't need in my life.
Well, that clock is kind of, disrupting. All right, just for fun. Walk me through a day in your life.
Okay, so usually get up around 5:30. Feed Zoe, get Eden and Zoe dressed. Take
All right,
take
that's
them
the
out in the
first thing right there.
stroller.
Get ready for kids. They're taking up too much time.
That's what it feels like. So then I'll like go for a run or take them to the park in the morning, and then when we come back, we'll feed them and I'll eat, and then afterwards I take a shower and get ready for work, which I'm here at work now. And then I'm usually here until about 5 or so. So I get here today I got here at 8:30, and um it's easier because I'm not around the kids as much, like with all the distraction. Um, but it's one of those things that I'm like, I'm here at work to do work because like I feel like I need to make money so that we can have a place, and then I'll have uh the space to be able to really build a business and grow it and make enough money that we can, you know, own a house, pay off our debts, and spend time with family. So it's like, you know, like I'm wanting to get away from them so that I can spend time with them.
Okay. And how much money are you making right now?
So it's about $200 a week right now, unless I am making offers. So like last month I made about $2,000 because I had about 1,750 or so in offers that I'm like clients that I got for my own stuff, and then another 200 and some from like the VA stuff work that I'm doing for Brian and managing communities and stuff. So, excuse me.
All right, so how much of the work you're doing is actually generating that revenue?
Most of the work that I'm doing is not generating revenue.
All right, so what's your goal right now? Is it to build assets for the future, or is it to generate money so you have more free time to spend with your family?
Okay, the ultimate goal is to have all of our living expenses, like a safe home and like food and living costs covered, so that like I have enough time that I can just keep going at my pace of I'm just enjoying like meeting people and building stuff. Like that's the biggest thing right now is needing to get to a place where we're self-sustainable as a family, where we have our living expenses covered. And then anything I build from there is just gonna be like fun.
So at the moment, like for the present, is it more important to generate money or more important to like set up future income?
For right now, I would say it's more important to generate money.
All right, so what is the simplest way you can do that? Like what's generating income right now or in the last few months? And just because it sounds good, I want you to focus on what's generating income, not what the future outcome will be. Just because it sounds nice. Income, outcome.
So the stuff that actually generated income was me offering to help people who wanted help with their communities. So like putting out an offer was the thing that got money coming in. So I guess the answer would be I need to be putting offers out every day and then making sure that whatever it is I'm offering is sustainable.
What do you mean by sustainable? Like recurring income?
Well, I mean, the way that I'm fulfilling stuff right now is like my calendar would fill up pretty pretty fast. Like Felix was asking me about what I was doing. He's like, that's not even like a survivable business model. Because if you get one or two more clients, like you're done. Like you're full. You can't handle what you're doing right now.
All right, so that sounds like a bad idea. What should you be doing instead of that? Because like, I mean, if you need money right now, like it's okay to max out for a while just so you have that money and then you have the time
Yeah.
to build something more sustainable. So I don't know if that's the situation, but if not, like stop doing that right now and figure out what can I do that will generate money that will be sustainable.
hmm Yeah,
Which
and
is
I think that's the
like that's why I'm listening to all these trainings. I'm like, I want the concept to be able to build the simplest, easiest to automate business possible.
hmm
So it's like I'm in the headset of how do I create, like how do I do the work once and get paid 100 or 1,000 times?
hmm
And is that what you want to do? Maybe it's not what you want to do, and that's okay.
Okay, so I think what I should do is I should try an experiment where I just copy and paste the posts that made money and pay, like just literally drop them into new places, into cold traffic and see, okay, what's the response? What happens? Even if the conversion rate is like 1 out of 100, like if I know that I can use those to make money to a cold audience, um, I could just hire a VA and be like, spam this all over the internet. Like I can figure out what the KPI is to make however much I need to make. Like it doesn't have to be dependent on my time. Um,
But is the time invested in getting clients or is the time invested in delivering the service to the clients?
well,
Because like if even if you're able to automate getting clients, but by
mhm,
doing that, you fill up your schedule with
yeah,
delivering the thing to the clients, it's like, okay, you're making money, but you're still trapping yourself for the
yeah.
future.
Okay, so I think I can fill my schedule with like if I got another 3 clients, maybe I could probably do it in 3. But let's say 5. Let's say over the next 5 weeks I got new people. Um, I think I can establish between just seeing a few more people, what are the things that everybody is asking for that I can build into a form. So I have recorded classes that they would go through on their own, and as well as like here's self-assessments of like, how are you doing on this? How are you doing on this? How are you doing on this? So then they can give me the information without me having to be there. And then I can,
All right. My question for you is what is the ultimate goal? Is the ultimate goal to create passive income where you don't really have to do the work or very little work to make the money? Or is it you want to do what you enjoy and connect with people and help people and you just want to get to a place where you have enough clients and you're charging enough that you're doing the work, you're helping people, but you still have enough free time to spend with your family and do the things you want?
yeah, I don't mind like doing the work. It's enjoyable work. So I don't necessarily have to take myself entirely out of the business.
But
And
I
if
mean, my
it's
question is like, if you set this up and you get to the place where it's like you're making, let's say, I don't know, $10,000 per month, and you still have
Mhm.
enough time to spend with your family and do the things, but it's like, is this something you'd want to do for 5 years or 10 years or 20 years? Or is it just a way to make money for now?
Yeah, I would say like the lifestyle that I'm doing right now, other than the not making money consistently, like I could see myself doing this for another 3 to 5 years. Like I like where I'm at. It's just the making money part that I need to like really kick into the process. But I think if like my ideal life, if I have to say the requirement is like I have to be in the business, I have to be working until I build something that's more sustainable and like passive income kind of thing. Like if I can work 4 days a week, you know, 8 hours a day, basically talking with people, and then and that's the business. Like I'm fine with that.
Okay, I'm just asking because for me, I know that I want something that's as automated as possible. That is
Mhm,
the end goal. So even if I have to work now or, do things in the present or in the future, in like near future to
mhm.
set that up, that's fine. But it's like,
Yeah.
never
I
want
don't,
to back
yeah,
off the corner.
I wouldn't say that that's my ultimate goal. Like I enjoy the connection a lot and I get energy from it. I think I will probably automate things and build assets just because that's the kind of person I am. That's how I think. So like I'm not gonna be able to help doing that in my business. I'll probably be a lot slower than somebody who's like, I want out. Um, so and that's part of the reason that I don't is because I I don't have a lot of like built-in urgency and drive because I find a way to enjoy a lot of the things that I do anyway. And so, you know, if I said, okay, at some point I'm gonna like turn this into a passive income making business, like, it would probably be a lot slower if I'm doing it for me than if I'm doing it for the job. Like if somebody hired me and I'm like, I want to get this stuff off of my plate because I don't like doing it. I'm a lot more motivated to automate stuff and get rid of it. Um, anyway,
All right, so I'm just trying to understand like
but
where you're
yeah,
trying to.
that's not necessarily the thing.
It's just so you kind of want both, but if you built a business that was fully automated, then you couldn't then have the time to spend and either get paid to talk with people or just talk with people without getting paid. Or is that not
Mhm.
something you like? Do you want to actually be involved? Because some people need that, and that's totally fine.
Um, I think there's a small percentage of like I think I probably need the accountability or like the like part of me needs to to um in order for me to do things. But I mean that's just where I'm at right now. Things might change when I'm like um there's no pressure to do anything. It's like if I don't feel like I have to do it, maybe I won't have any resistance to doing it. So I don't know. Um,
Okay, so
I
I guess
like I'm down with the idea of like having an automated passive income business. So where it's like when I'm working, it's because I'm deciding like I'd like to work. I mean, I have nothing against that. Um, I think on some level, there is some part of me who does want a fully automated business because at some point I think I want to move on to like creative projects. Um,
okay, I just want to make sure like you're not building this business that's dependent on you when in fact you want to build up to something that's automated.
mhm,
So it's like, why go through the work of building this business for you that's going to require a lot of time and effort
yeah,
if what you want? If it's what you want, that's great.
no,
But
yeah,
it's
you're right.
to make sure you invest the energy and the time in the proper place. It's like, if your goal is like, all right, I want to build something automated, but it's going to take a while.
Mhm,
Okay, for now, the important thing is money. So you can do that for now to get money. But if like that's not your end goal, you always know that in the back of your mind. So it's like, this is just for now money, so that I have enough money that I can take the time to build the business that I really want to build.
mhm. Okay, okay, just for the sake of this brainstorm, like I'll describe like life goal, perfect plan kind of thing. So if it was, let's say we decided to, it wouldn't necessarily have to be this property and doing it with you, but like, I think this is what I really want, like in terms of the actual, what I want. It would be building a community and a fan base around something like your book series, and you start it with something like a mastermind membership. It's like they're all going through the book and reading it and then sharing, this is what's coming up for me, this is what's changing. Like you start capturing the real life impact that the book is having, not just the reviews of the book and the product, but like how is it actually changing and shaping my life? And like that's the real value, is the transformation that happens. So that's like the first level. And then the next level would be like, all right, well, let's start polishing out these products, like the artistic craft of it. So creating like an audio drama series out of it from the community that already is like super into it. So it's like build a business that is the people who are like, oh, I want to turn the book into a script. So it's like figuring out, how do we rewrite it from scratch and it's its own thing in audio format? Do we want to stay really true to like the original thing? Like figuring out that whole process, the creative space of it is what I really like, just the pure, like, let's smash this thing up and then reassemble it into something amazing. Like that's what I really get excited about. And then like leveraging off of the community and a like a really sexy version of the product to like, all right, now let's try getting some property deals. Like what happens if you try to like sell it as a Netflix series, or like an Amazon Prime exclusive or something, I don't know. And then getting into the film industry of, all right, so how do we produce this as a show or something? Like I mean,
I was just
and then
picturing like a play version of like, have you seen Shrek the Musical, of like that level of like crap, you know?
yeah. But I mean, in some sense, it's like you start with like the one asset, but then like every level that you build, it's like you still have all of this waterfall of stuff that's like it's all feeding itself. Like people are coming in from every different way, and now you have like multiple levels of places to engage, and it's more than just the the story itself that people are fans of. It's like people are a fan of like the community, people are a fan of like their own lives because it's changing their there's all kinds of things connected to it that are like you would never have been able to imagine happen from it.
All
And
right.
then
Sorry, just something that's coming up. As you're describing this, I'm realizing this is what you like about communities. You like to come in to a pre-existing community and help it evolve and grow and see the impact it's having on the people. I think
yeah.
that's what I love about community. And if you can find a way to apply that to business, then you don't mind, like you can spend all day doing that and you love it. You enjoy doing that anyway.
Yeah.
Whereas for me, it's like different. I'm like, I enjoy the challenge of making this,
Hmm.
then I'm done. I'm moving on. Like, I don't care what happens to this. I did it. I did what I had to do. Let's keep going.
Yeah. Yeah. For me, it's not, yeah, I love going back to the same things over and over and over again. Like they become like, like favorite memories or like places that you like to visit. Like I listen to my own music like on repeat. And I'm like, it's not even that good. I mean, it's better than most people can, like most people don't write music. But like compared to the film score composers that I listen to and that are working composers, like I still have a long ways to go to be at that level. But like I listen to my own stuff because like every time I do, like I'm reliving an emotion. I'm adding a little bit more of like who I am now to that emotion and that like that memory and that piece of something. So it's like the same the same process that we use to kind of build ourselves of like we learn little things and we keep like evolving and growing. It's like I bring that to, like you said, to like communities and to like the stuff that I make and I create. It's like I keep having the experience over and over again because I experience it a little bit more deeply by going back, I guess.
Okay, so that process is important to you.
Hmm.
And your family and spending time with them is also important. Is there anything else that you're like, that's what makes life meaningful? Like, I need that to exist.
I think for me, it's having enough space where I can like talk about the stuff that I really like and have it be valuable to others. Because I like one of my biggest frustrations is that like I don't really get to talk about the stuff that matters a lot to me. Like for like to Sarah, she listens to me because she likes me. She doesn't really give a crap about any of the stuff that I like. And so on some level, it's like I feel like I have to go out and find the other places where the stuff that I'm doing is like people are excited about or it's valuable to them. So like that's also a part of it is like I want to be able to find a way that I can talk about the stuff that I'm into, like whether it's like creativity and making art or entrepreneurship or marketing, like those things that I'm interested in, and actually talk about them with other people who are excited about that stuff. And I think that's the difference for me. It's like the people who are doing it because they really like it, not because they want something from it. And I think a lot of people in the entrepreneur space are like they're doing it because they think that's the engine that will get them to where they really want to go. And for me, it's just like I just like being with people who they just do it because they do it. They do it because it's like this is the fun thing for me. And like I'm attracted by people who are already in the space where they're happy.
It's funny because for me, it's all about the challenge. It's like, all right, what is the simplest automatable business that I can create?
Mm,
Even if like I have no interest in it, it's like I don't enjoy the creating a website or the funnel, or like I don't really enjoy that. Like I'm good at it and like
mhm,
I don't hate it, but I don't necessarily enjoy it. I just like the challenge of like this is my goal. How do I get there?
mhm.
And that's why like my goal is automated business, because I want to create, and once I hit the goal, it's like it keeps generating money. Because I know that's why I failed in all the other businesses. Because I was trying to create a business that I was passionate about that represented who I am. But once I got to the point where it's like, oh, I'm starting to get results, I'm like, I lose all interest because the challenge is over.
Mm,
That's why for me, the only solution is like, I need to set up something that is automated or as close to automated as I can get it. Because I know that I lose interest the second that I succeed, or the second that it gets to the end. It's like, whether I succeed or fail, it's like, all right, this challenge is over. Now I move on. So it's like, for me, that's what works well. For you, I don't know, like maybe if you set up something automated, then you have the freedom and the time to do whatever you want without the
so
pressure of
why
having.
don't you just do, so why don't you just like set up a string of challenge, like challenge businesses? Like you run the challenge once, this is a challenge you're challenging yourself to. So you're gonna do it anyway. You get people in it, like, and even if it's only like 3 to 5, 15 people in a challenge at a time, it's like you do it enough that it pays you, it's worth your time. And then you have like an automatic process that money pays like a VA to turn it into an affiliate product. And so then once you're done with it, you're done, but it's an asset that can keep generating. So you can just have like this bank of challenges of stuff that you want to do anyway. That's like, all right, the thing that I'm interested in right now, I'm going to challenge myself to how do I do this in a way that makes money? And then once you're done with it, you don't have to touch it anymore, but it can still generate revenue. And if you just go from thing to thing to thing to thing, and it's like whatever comes from it comes from it. And it's like not all of them are going to be super profitable, but like you might find some that are like really spark something in people, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna put a few more resources. Like I'm gonna hire a copywriter. Somebody go write a land page for that. That one's making money. Let's maximize the draw on that one. And it's like you just anyway.
What if, let's say I create a challenge and the challenge is, all right, let's say we're 10 people in the challenge. Like, all right, the challenge is 30 days. We together collectively as a group create a business. And then at the end of the group, it could be like either you go off and you create your own business, or if you like the business we created, you can stay on and work in the business and you get a percentage of all revenue. So it's like we create the business together and then they can run the business and I get paid because like I ran the challenge and everything, like I get a bigger cut. It's like maybe everyone gets like, I don't know, 10% and I get 25% because like I, ran everything. But it's like
Mhm.
once done, once the challenge is over, the business runs itself because these other people who helped create it are the ones running it. And I just make passive income without having to do anything.
That's a good idea. Yeah, so like a 30-day profitable business launch.
Or it's like, I
And then
wonder, maybe the value is like, hey, I'll teach you how to launch a business in 30 days. The way we do that is collectively as a group, we brainstorm and come up with an idea and create the business and launch it. And at the end, someone is either randomly selected or it's like I select whoever like is the best fit and work the hardest or whatever metric I use. And it's like you get to run the business and we split the profits. So it's like you pay to enter the challenge. Let's say it's $1,000 and 10 people enter and we use that $10,000 to create the business and launch the business so that by the end of the 30 days, we have a running business. So then you understood the process you need to go through to go and create your own business. But one of you is going to win that business at the end and we're going to be partners 50-50. You run the business and we split the profits. So it's like you pay $1,000, you learn how to build and launch your business in 30 days, and you run a chance of winning the business, like 50% of the business at the end.
dang, That would be an epic challenge.
Like, imagine you just do that. You're like, I just want to learn how to launch, like create and launch a business. And then like you go through the challenge at the end, you're like, oh, I have my own business.
Okay, here's the question. Would it be possible to do that as a solopreneur? So if you have 30 people, 30 ideas, everybody's going through the same kind of process, but it's like maybe 2 or 3 of them land as successful businesses. And okay, I'm thinking through.
Because my goal is to build a business and then have it either be fully automated or have someone else run it.
Mhm.
And because I'm the one who like, ran the challenge and like created everything, like I get a bigger share because of that.
Yeah.
Or it's like, hey, it's 50-50, but you do all the work and I do nothing.
Mhm.
Because like coming from someone who's like an entrepreneur, is like who's tried a few different things, but nothing's ever succeeded. It's like $1,000 to be in a group and learn how to build and launch your business is super valuable. And if on the back end of that, it's like, here, we built this business, you get to run it, profit from it.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, oh, I went in learning to learn how to build a business. I came out of it with a working business. Or it could even be one-on-one. It's like, hey, pay me. It's like, we'll build and launch the business together in 30 days.
Mhm.
And it's like, because I'm the one showing you everything, it's like, you don't need to pay anything. But at the end, I make 50% profits, but you run the business.
I'm having an idea.
Okay. Are you going to share it?
I think we should try a launch for the fun of it. I think we should try to seriously launch a podcast. And what I mean by that is, so I've been thinking about this for a long time, but I haven't been as clear on this. But what I just realized made it click for me. It's like the thing that we like the most is talking about stuff, speculating, like spending time in the idea realm. We don't necessarily aren't looking to build something. Or to like have to keep building it. It's like we're fine building something if it's new, but we don't have to like keep doing stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was going to say. It's like, in fact, I enjoy building and creating stuff.
Right.
It's just whatever comes after. It's like, I enjoy writing the book, even though it's like, it sucks and it's painful and I hate it sometimes. Like, I enjoy the challenge, but it's
The
like,
reward of having it done.
it's like, exactly. But once it's done, it's like, okay, it's done. I don't care.
So we can talk for a long time. Like we could just talk
Yeah.
all day, if we were going to. And I'm like, where is that valuable? So what came to me is like infomercials. Like that's the number one criteria that they hire people who can just talk ad nauseum. And so I'm like, so what we should do is have a podcast where we bring people on who have something to sell and we just fill the space. We just go long enough for people to buy. And so we just need to get good at like talking about things from like a business perspective, being in that space of like, oh, it could open up all of these possibilities. It could do this for you, it could do that for you. And just learn how to like talk and fill the space and invite people into that space in a way that is valuable. Because like then
I,
we have to build zero anything.
I like it. So, all right, this reminds me of one of the trainings. It's like the guy was selling like I think it was a 3-part like free course.
Mhm,
And like in every video, he had a button underneath to go sign up to his offer. And
mhm.
literally every 2 or 3 minutes throughout the entire thing, he's like, every 2 or 3 minutes, I just say like, hey, click the button below to go sign up. And it's like, he's like, some people have told me that the only reason they signed up is just because I said it so many times that they're like, all right, fine, I'm gonna buy it just so you stop saying it.
That's amazing. Oh.
One thing when you do it for your product, because it can get
Mhm.
kind of annoying. It's like, all right, stop trying to sell me.
Yeah.
But it's like we're doing it for them. So it's like, come on our podcast and share your product. And
Uh-huh.
it's like, we're the one like, oh, that's so cool. By the way, go buy it. It's like every
Yeah.
two, buy it. Don't forget to buy it. Ooh, by
Mhm.
the way, do you remember? Go buy it. And it's like, it's funny and ridiculous. And it's like, it doesn't really annoy people because it's not the person's like, go buy my product, go buy my product. It's
Mhm.
like, hey, go buy his product.
So yeah, I think this is like
Like, huh. And the thing is, like, we can literally be like, hey, come on our podcast to promote your offer, your product, whatever it is, and we'll just
mhm,
talk about it and we'll keep promoting it.
yeah.
And for every sale you make, we make a
Mhm,
commission.
yeah.
It's just funny because literally one of the trainings I was looking at, the guy's funnel is a podcast funnel.
Mhm,
And it's like, well, if we learn how to do a successful podcast, that could be worth it.
yeah.
'Cause it's like, I mean, I've had a podcast in the past, and it's like, I have no clue how to promote or structure it or do it in a way that it's going to be successful.
Mhm.
But I don't know though, because we're able to talk a lot when it's about stuff that we enjoy and we're passionate about. But will we lose that passion if it's just some person coming on talking about their thing? Like if we have no interest in it, will we
Well,
still
if we
have
but
passion?
that's the thing is like we can't just talk about the thing. Like what makes the conversation interesting is that we let it flow. And so like floaching, it's like when we're done, like when we've lost interest, we're moving on. We're going to talk about something else. That's why we can talk for hours. You try to force it onto like, everybody look at this product, everybody look at this product, like it won't work. But if you bring somebody on and you like find all of the things that they're interested in, like, and you're talking for like 4 hours to this really interesting person, and then when it organically comes up, yeah, well,
I'm just thinking it's like, they come on the podcast, we present them, it's like, hey, this is this person, they have this amazing product. All right, my first question is, do you like pancakes? Uh, ooh, the name of the show, Pancakes and Products.
I'm trying to think how you would pitch this because you could literally like go and do like a 4 hour long show in somebody's community. And it's like something different, something new. I mean, it allows you to, oh, I know what it is we float, talk to them for a long period of time just to create a bunch of interesting content that they can then use to market like their personal brand. It's like, here's an interesting story like we found out about this person. So it's like it really has nothing to do with a product, but like that's how you can start the conversation. Like, are you doing a product launch? Or if you have something you'd like to promote, come on our podcast. Our podcast is like 90 minutes at least. Like, be prepared to talk for 3 hours. But like, we're just here getting to know each other and being normal people. And I think that's what the good podcasts are. We maybe haven't
Whoa,
developed
hold on,
like a
hold on.
shtick or anything.
Hold on, I am not a normal person. It's funny because I like the idea, yet at the same time, I'm like, sounds like a lot of work. We should not do this. And it's kind of like we're doing the opposite of what we were wanting to do with this whole thing of like, how can we take away things and simplify things? And we're like, instead coming up with concepts to add stuff to our life rather than removing stuff.
Well, what would we be adding?
Talking to other people, finding people to talk to, creating the podcast, figuring out how do we make this successful and actually generate money from this.
So I mean, my thought is the amount of assets that you would need to build to make this valuable versus the amount of assets you would need to make something else valuable. It seems to me like, because once you hit that place where it's like, all right, I did all the stuff to make it make money and now I'm done. It's like, once you get back to that spot, well, the only thing that we're doing is just talking to each other. And, maybe talking to guests. But
Okay, I'm wondering, because funnels have been proven again and again and again to be an amazing business strategy.
mhm.
Would it be possible to use funnels to build our podcast? Like, how can we set up a funnel in such a way that like it's a self-liquidating offer, but on the back end, it grows our business, like it grows our audience.
All right, so
Even like get paid. Like, can we create a funnel that builds our podcast and at the same time generates money?
all right, done for you content.
And it's like one option is literally like some people have done that. It's like their opt-in, their free offer is get a USB key for free with a copy of like every single podcast episode we've done.
Mhm.
All you do is pay for shipping and we'll send it to you.
Oh, wow.
It's like, okay, yeah, but to do that, you need the content.
Mhm.
Like, I guess we could like take all their pre-existing, floaching content and just put it on there.
Mhm.
And that kind of like leads into, well, that's how it all came to be. That was the journey of how we got to the point of creating our podcast
Mhm.
and go sign up for a podcast here. But how do we generate money from that, or at least not lose money?
Yeah. No, I think you're right. I think it needs to be like a pay to come on the podcast. So
Like,
how are we?
I literally want to get to the point where everything I do is generating money. So it's like, that's why it's like, okay, step one is build a funnel, a business that is automated or as close to automated as I can get it, so that I then have the money and the free time to do whatever I want. And at some
Mhm.
point, something else going to come along. It's like, all right, let's do a podcast. Okay, how do we generate money from this podcast?
Mhm.
Like, I want that to be my approach to everything. So it's like, instead of just doing things for fun, it's like, all right, doing things for fun, but at the same time building assets, building revenue. Because it feels like, podcast or YouTube channel or things like that, it's like it's a long-term strategy.
Mhm.
Can we do it in such a way that we get paid upfront?
Right. Yeah. You start making you're profitable immediately, and then
Exactly.
you figure out how to
And
make it
building the podcast or the YouTube channel is kind of like a result of the
Mhm.
business you set up on the front end. So it's like you start with, I
Yeah.
want to a YouTube channel or a podcast. what business do I need to set up on the front end so the result of that business is the podcast or the YouTube growing and I make money on the front end.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like the concept of I want to build a newsletter. How can I get paid up front? It's like, yeah, I probably have the concept. It's like find people who are in that I want to be in.
Yeah.
Smith wants to send me a message. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I lost my track of what I was saying. Oh yeah, it's like if I just find companies in the niche that I'm wanting to build, and it's like get them to participate in the giveaway. And it's like they get the list, I get the list. Like I just built a list, and if I monetize it on the back end with like an affiliate offer, I
Mhm.
literally got paid to build my list very
Mhm.
quickly for absolutely no money.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm sure there's a way to do something like that for pretty much every business model or every asset we want to build. So it just comes down to, all right, how do we do that? It's like that's the kind of life I want to live. Like challenge, build a business, launch it, automate it,
Uh-huh.
move on, like enjoy life for a while. Then whenever another one comes up, like, all right, let's do this one.
Yeah.
And kind of do that and just launch it and launch it and launch it. And it's like launch and move on, launch and move on, launch and move on. That sounds like fun. Which is why I'm always reticent to build something like this. It's like, oh, we want to build a YouTube channel, so let's build a business on the front end, but the business falls apart if we decide, I don't want to do this YouTube channel anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be at the center of the business. Because then if you change your mind, you're like screwed. It's like either you give up on the business or you're stuck and you need to keep working.
Mm-hmm.
What was that?
Just playing with
Oh,
my water bottle.
okay.
Um. All right. So let's take it from our point of view. If we said we are like
Family.
the business that we want to be in, or let's say like this um book idea of like I'm gonna sell each of my books for $200, and put them in a community like they can talk to themselves. That's an offer that I want to launch to entrepreneurs, and we can be on a podcast that we have to pay to be on. What would you want to be on that podcast? What would you want the offer to be? That would be like, let's do it tomorrow.
Sorry,
So
I got distracted halfway through because you're saying like selling the books for $200. I'm like, wait, if I finish writing a series and sell the entire series for $1,000, all I need to do is sell 1,000 copies of the series, and I made $1 million. Whereas before, it's like in order to make $1 million from my books, I making $3 per book. That's like what 99, like 90. Wait, how many thousand books? 33,000 books. Yeah, 33,000 books to make $1 million. No, wait,
dang,
33,000. That's 100,000. That's not $1 million. 333,000 books to get to $1 million, as opposed
gosh,
to 1,000.
dang, that's amazing.
Okay, so yeah, okay, go back to what you were saying, but I like got distracted halfway through because that occurred to me. I'm like, crap, I could be like a millionaire author by selling 1,000 copies of my book series.
Dude, we're gonna be millionaires in like 3 years or less. Like,
Why 3 years? Why not 3 months?
all right, so how can we do this in 3 months?
I mean, I don't know if it's going to be this. For me, I really like there's other strategies, and I'm still researching and pulling in information. So I'm not quite at the point where I'm like, this is what I need to do.
Mhm.
But it's like there's a lot of potential for a lot of things coming in. And it's just like
Yeah.
the question of picking what feels right, coming up with the plan, and
Mhm.
then just like going all out on it for 30 days and just like launching the crap out of this.
Mm.
Oh, oh, oh,
What?
oh, dude. If I use this concept of, find people in my niche, and I'm thinking like online marketing niche, and it's like get each of them to donate like their course, and it's like then they all promote to their list, and I can build a list of like 10, 20, 30,000 people like within a month.
Mhm.
What if I find successful authors in my niche with an email list, get them to donate one of their books, created a bundle with that, and pitch the same thing? Donate one of your books. We're going to give this away. You get a copy of everyone who signs up, but I also get a copy. And on the back end, I just sell my book. And it's like if I build an email list of 10,000 people who like opt into giveaway for the exact kind of book that I'm selling, and on the back end, it's like, hey, by the way, I'm an author. Here's like the first 5 books in my series for really cheap. It's like, yeah, of course they're going to buy
Dang.
it. Dude. It's like I would literally have the audience to just like, oh man, why did I not think of that before? Oh
Okay,
my
so
god.
let's talk this out. So what you're saying is like you go to, let's say you find 5 authors who all have their own buyer list.
Yeah.
You say, pick a book you've already written, you already have an asset. It's like, what are you willing to give away to grow your list? And maybe they even have like a lead magnet of something that they're giving away. Um,
The
then
thing is, like,
you,
I've already come across this kind of concept. It's the same concept as
Mhm.
like solo ads. So it's like,
Mhm.
you have a list and you promote other people's books with similar things to sign up to their list, and in
Mhm.
exchange you theirs. So it's like a
Yeah.
swap, like promotion for promotion. But it's like
Mhm.
a lot of the times it's for like first book in series, or it's like
Mhm.
launching a book and it's a paid book, and it's like, okay, but what if you get like 12 authors to
Mhm.
donate one of their paid books? Or like
Mm.
even like each author gives in like, all right, the first like 3 books in their series for like 10
Mhm.
authors. So you get like 30 books. That's the giveaway.
Mhm.
And it's like every author gets a copy of that. And it's like if each author has like a 10,000 person list, that's 100,000
Mhm.
people who might opt in.
Yeah.
If 20,000 people opt in for the free giveaway, and I mean, logically, it would be way more than that. It might be like half. So
Mhm.
like 50,000 people. Then they each get a copy of that 50,000 person list. So a chunk of it
Mhm.
is already going to be in their audience, but everyone else is new. It's like I get
Mhm.
access to that 50,000 person list.
Yeah.
And it's like everyone benefits from this. But I was thinking about it for business. And it's like, all right, for business, then on the back end, it's like I either need to create my own course, or I need to find an affiliate course to promote, or whatever. But this is like I already have the asset to promote on the back end.
Mhm.
Man, this could be genius. Wow. Wow. Sorry, this concept is just blowing my mind because like it can be used in any kind of business. And it's like I could do it over and over again.
Mhm.
And it's like if I prove this model, I mean, it's already been proven by this guy. It's like he's shown examples like building a 30,000 person list like within a couple weeks. And then
Mhm.
like his strategy is like have an affiliate offer on the back end. So everyone who signs up for the giveaway, like you
Mhm.
monetize a percentage of them. So you get paid on the front end. And then the back end, you have the list. And his strategy is kind of asking him a few questions like, what, like, what are you passionate about, like in this particular niche? And like, what are the quotes and the things you like?
Mhm.
And like, what's your favorite t-shirt? And then he goes out and creates a t-shirt that's exactly what they want,
Mm.
get them to participate in the process. So at the end, like he's created a t-shirt that people participated in. So it's like they've already said, like, yes, I want to buy this.
Mhm. Mhm.
Then he goes in, it's like he's made like $100,000 on the like back end of building like a 30,000 person list for free. So he's
Dang.
getting like $100,000 to build a massive list for absolutely free. And then he's like, on the back end, I just find affiliate offers and just send 3 emails per day to the list. And it's like, I don't know the exact details because he was just going over the basic strategy, but it's like from that you can make like $1 million for free off other people's audience. And it's like if you use that same principle for any business, you can literally create a massive list for any business. And as long as you have products to promote in
Mhm.
that business that are a good fit, you're going to make a crap ton of money. And I feel like on the back end of that, if you don't want to like take care of the list, you can literally sell the list and be like, hey, this is the niche, this is the business model, like this is how to run the business.
Mhm.
Just buy the list from me and keep running your business. I'm sorry, it's just like this concept is blowing my mind over and over again.
So what if this was how we can get paid?
Okay.
What I was just telling you of like, just run a challenge, like basically every month, do an experiment where it's fun for you and whatever you learn is whatever the value of the challenge is. And so for us, it's how do we get leads? How do we build lists? How do we like that's one of the biggest things that people need in business. So it's like build a list, like get paid to build a list for free, like thousands of leads for free and get paid challenge. Like you could do you could literally have the rough idea and be like, this is how to do it, this is what we're doing, everybody go do this, and then share your wins at the end of
Dude,
every day. It's like, and you can see the best version of how to do every little piece of it.
no. I just figured out the most ingenious way to make a crap ton of money. So people will pay a lot of money to for you to build their list for them.
Right.
It'd be like, I'm gonna build you a 10,000 person list minimum. So it's like I'm gonna build you a list from anywhere between 10 and 30,000.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna charge you $1 per subscriber for the list that I build you and get clients for that. And because it's like such a high-end thing, you can afford to spend a bunch on marketing.
Mm-hmm.
And on the back end of that, the way you deliver it is by taking their exact niche, finding people in there, doing that exact giveaway like strategy,
Mm-hmm.
having like an affiliate offer on the back end of that. So you monetize it. Maybe even use that strategy of like, hey, what's like your favorite t-shirt, whatever. And it's like monetize that. And like, if you make like a 50,000 bucks, so you get paid 50,000 bucks to build a list, and then you get paid to deliver that list to the person. So if you build a 30,000 person list for free, make $30,000, and then you sell that list to someone who hired you to build the list for $30,000, you just made $60,000 for absolutely zero money. Or no, like the money for advertising to get that client. But it's like that would be very easy because you guarantee like, hey, I'm guaranteeing you like
Mm-hmm.
a huge list and you pay me $1 per person.
Okay, so let's do it. I have $1,000 of Randy paid me to build him like a membership. So how do we create like a 10,000 name list of prospects that we can market his launch to?
I don't know. I mean, you can do that on your end. I need to do this once on my own to prove the concept.
Right, but just like
Proof-
talk me through it like from the
Yeah.
brainstorming side of things, just so that I have a like
Well, I
just so
mean,
that we get more solid on the idea.
okay, I'll walk you through exactly the guide strategy. Once I select the niche, I go to a bookstore or on Amazon and buy all the magazines within that niche. Then I contact those like magazines and say like, hey, I'm thinking of placing an ad in your magazine. Can I get a copy of like the last year's worth? And a lot of the times when you say I'm thinking of placing an ad in your magazine, I just want to make sure it's a good fit, they're going to send you back issues for free. So that's a good way to
Okay.
get them for free. If not, because they're back issues cheap. So it's like I do that, and then I go through all the back issues, and I like cut out all the ads in those magazines, and I study like which ads are run multiple times, which ones are similar, and he just uses that to do the research, and then figures out like finds like the best, let's say 5 or 6 offers or like a dozen offers or products that were promoted in there, and then reaches out to the company and explains like, hey, I'm organizing a giveaway and I would like you to donate your product to that giveaway. The benefit you get is you get a copy of the contact information for everyone who signs up to that. So if he gets 6 people to donate things, and his goal is to get in like a giveaway that's valued between $300 and $700. That way it's valuable enough that people opt in, but not so valuable that people are like, this is too valuable, this is probably a scam. So for him, he found the sweet spot is $300 to $700. And then once it's set up, it's literally that. It's like he sets up the giveaway in ClickFunnels and then creates like a, I don't know if he creates
The sweet spot of what? The total package value?
$300 to $700
$300 to $700 of, wait, what is the $300 to $700?
of products that they're giving away.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. Okay, that's the total
Because
like
less, like
of
if
all
it's
the
not worth enough, people are like, well, why would I sign up? It's not worth it. If it's
right.
more like $20,000, it's like people are
Just
like,
seems
yeah, that's
fake.
probably yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like he found that sweet spot. So he reaches out once everything's done, like he sets up the entire like funnel in ClickFunnels. So what he does is just like very simple sign up form for the giveaway, explaining like someone was going to be selected at random and going to win this. And then there's also like, he's like, make sure that you make it clear that like they're giving their contact information. So it's like have a checkbox or something. It's like, I consent to sharing my contact information. Because otherwise, like it's illegal and you get in trouble. But it's like if you have a terms of services page and it's like checkbox and it's like I agree to these terms and then click here for the terms. And then in the terms, it's like I agree to share my email address with the companies who provided the products for the giveaway or something like that. Like I don't know the exact details. I'll have to look into it. For legal purposes, you need that. And then he's like, okay, once it's set up on the back end, instead of a thank you page, it redirects them to an offer that is a good fit for that audience.
Right.
And he's like, on the back end of that, from that offer, he makes around between 10 cents and 25 cents per person who signs up. So it's like if 10,000 people sign up and he makes like 10 cents per person, he makes $1,000. If he makes like up to 25 cents, he makes like $2,500. And that's the fun. And then what he does is like he just goes to the company. He's like, all right, just promote this giveaway page to your list. And then at the end, once everything's done, I'm going to send you a CSV file with a list of all the emails of people who signed up. And he does that for every person. And also the strategy is if he reaches out to people and they don't want to promote or they don't want to donate a product, once someone donates, he's like, hey, this company donated this product for the giveaway. Are you sure you don't want to be in? And he like uses other people's companies that signed up or that participated in this to get other people who said no before. And then, yeah, so he pretty much just like gets everyone to promote everything, everyone who signs up. And because it's a free giveaway, the sign up are really good. He's like, he was showing stats and sometimes it's like 80-90% sign up rate of like people who click on the link, 90% of them sign up.
Wow.
Because it's like, hey, they're already the perfect target audience and they're getting something for free. So it's like, yeah, of course I will. So yeah, it's like that's how he runs it. And then on the back end, once it's done, it's like he sends a CSV file to everyone who participated. And then on the back end, he like nurtures the list. So he's like, all right, like this, you're passionate about this niche. What, like he interviews them, like asks questions like, what are your most like, or your favorite quotes related to this niche, or like stuff like that. And then he's like, at some point, he's like, what is that favorite shirt that you have? The one that you love so much that even if it's dirty, you're going to go in the like laundry basket and get it and put it on. Like, can you send me a picture of that? Because I want to create a shirt that you're going to love to wear. So he gets that. And then he like studies all those pictures that he gets. And then he sees the pattern, like what kind of shirts or people do they like? And then he goes on 99 Designs and hires people to create designs for that shirt using the quotes that he used. People like he asked information to get those quotes. He uses those quotes and then like goes on 99 Designs. Once he's narrowed it down to the top 3, he takes those top 3 and sends it to his list like, hey, which of these 3 would you buy? Not which do you like the most, which one would you buy? So the people are literally saying like, I would buy this shirt. And then he takes whichever one got the most votes, gets the artist, create that one, gets a t-shirt company, like fulfillment company to do it for him. And it's like, he just sends the buy link to his list. Like, this is the shirt, go buy it now, with urgency of like, hey, it's only available for this. He has like upsells and downsells and bumps and stuff like that. And it's like, he just automates everything. So it's like whenever someone purchases, the company just gets an email, they print the shirt, they ship it out. And it's like, that's how he's able to generate like up to like sometimes $150,000, $100,000 on the back end. And then he still has the list. So he's like, after that, I just, nurture the list, find affiliate offers, promote that, and send, if I can, 3 emails per day. And that's his strategy. And it's like, that blows my mind. Like, it's so simple, yet it's so genius. And it's like, he chose t-shirts because they're a free item that everyone loves. And it's like, if they're participating in the creation process, they're going to want to buy it even more.
Yeah.
And then there's like strategies. He didn't share this, but I thought of this of like, all right, if you like have those 3 t-shirts and it's like one of them gets the most votes, but it's like, hey, why not on the back end upsells? It's like, hey, you can get this second shirt for like 75% off, or this like all 3 shirts for like, I don't know, 50% off or whatever. And it's like, use that information unless one of them got like 10%, but it's like if another one got like a lot, like a big chunk, to me it seems like promote that one on the back. Or it can be like hoodies or buy 2 or 5 or whatever for discounts or things like that. But it's just like that strategy is just so smart, because it's like you're doing research and providing exactly what they want on the back end. And it's something small enough that like everyone likes a t-shirt, It's like he even recommended the company that he uses. He's like, hey, this is my friend's like print on demand company. I use him because he's my friend, and also because it's centered, like it's located in the center of the US. So it's like, it's not like it's in Florida and I need to send something in New York and it's going to cost me a fortune. Because it's in the center, it's relatively cheap everywhere I send it.
Mm,
So I'm like, okay, like I wish, like I tried to get in contact with him. I haven't heard back from him, but it's like, because I really want to like pick this guy's brain of like, hey, can I hire you? Can I work for you?
mm,
What can I do for you to show me the exact process? Because now he
yeah.
broke it. It's like I understand the process, but there's still going to be a lot of like tweaking and work that I need to do to set it up. Whereas if I can get his feedback and he can show me
Mhm.
this is exactly how to do it, then it's like going to be way more effective. So anyway, I'm waiting to see if he's going to reach out. I reached out to him on his website on the contact form on Facebook and on Instagram. Sorry, not Instagram, on LinkedIn. So I don't know if he's going to get back to me. I hope he will. But if not, like I just love this strategy so much that I need to test it out. Like I need to do this. And it's like another strategy could be like, all right, I'm going to use this and the strategy from like another guy of pre-selling a product. So it's like I can build the list on the front end, make a profit from it, and then on the back end, use that list to pre-sell a course and to
Mhm.
validate. And if they buy it, then I build out the course, like doing it live. So like every week we have one session, then it's recording. That's the course on the back end.
Mhm.
And then I create a separate funnel for that course to start promoting. It's like that's a really good way to just launch your business, no
Mhm.
matter what it is. And it's like once I have that, I can run it for like a couple months and then I can just hire a VA or hire some person and be like, all right, let me show you how to run this. Then you go in and run it for me. And I don't need to run anything. It's like I like it's I just love it because every step of the process is free and I get paid for it. It's like I didn't pay to build a list. I didn't pay for anything.
Mhm.
And it's like that's the kind of business I want to build. Everything is like front loaded and it's free and I get to
Mhm.
profit. And it's funny, like even looking at other people's funnels who have made like over $1 million with their funnel. I'm looking at their strategy and I'm like, compared to the other guy's strategy, this is really dumb. But it's like they're successful. They've made like millions of dollars from it. Because the thing is, like, if you use this strategy and you like, it's a big enough niche
Mhm.
that you can repeat this over and over again. It's like, hey, if you build 10,000, if you get like 10,000 new people every time,
Mhm.
do this 10 times, one per month. Within a year, you have like over 100,000 people on your list. Even
Mhm.
if it's not like a super high quality list, because people signed up for the giveaway and it's like, all right, probably a lot of people are going to unsubscribe, but it's like you get it for free. And it's just, I don't know, I just love this concept so much. And the thing is, like, you can sell this concept too. Even if it's not my concept, like, he doesn't have any rights to this concept. And he's hired, like, he's been hired by other people to do this for them.
Mm, mhm.
And it's like you can make money from this at every point. So it's like you can make money by using it yourself. You can make
Yeah.
money by getting people to hire you to build their list. You can get paid for it by teaching people this principle. You can get paid for it like in so many different ways.
Mhm.
This is such a good way to build a business. It's like, okay, I can build a business in the affiliate marketing niche, automate it, hire someone to do it for me. That business is generating money. Do it in
Mhm.
the fitness niche, automate it, get someone to do it for me, build another one. I can have like a dozen businesses in a dozen different niches if I want to, that are
Mhm.
fully automated, that keep generating money, and I don't need to do any work ever again if I don't want to.
Yeah.
That's why like every other thing I come up with, I like I come across in these different trainings. It's like, okay, this is good. This is useful information. I take notes and stuff, but it's like none of it compares to that first one. Because that first one is just so genius and so simple and so like 0 to 1,000 in like 30 days that I'm like, why would I bother doing anything else? Like this could even be a way to launch a podcast if we want. Of like, hey, we run this giveaway, we build this list with in the exact niche that would be our target listener. And then we just promote like, hey, this is our free podcast on the back end, free podcast. And we can promote that like every single day if we want. And it's like, hey, maybe people will unsubscribe from the email list, but who cares? Our goal is to build the podcast.
Yeah.
And it's like, we do that and build the podcast quickly. And like, if we get 1,000 people to like sign up to the podcast within like a couple of days, that's gonna like shoot us up in the algorithms.
That's true.
And we're like get a bunch of organic things, and we can quickly get to the point where people are paying us to promote. And it's like that could be business. That could be a way to launch pretty much any business that you want. And we could even like build a list and like get hired to launch people's businesses. Like, oh, you're trying to build a business in this niche. Let me just promote it to my list and we'll launch your business. And it's like just the concept of building a list for someone. Because like that guy, like he's an expert in building lists, but I'm pretty sure this is not his technique. But it's like he's charging $19,500 to build a 10,000 person list. So like $20,000 for a 10,000 person list. With this strategy, we can build that. And even though like it's probably going to be less quality than his, because his strategy probably like get better quality people. But like if we're like, hey, it's not a super high quality list, but it's still going to convert well, and we've done this before, and we know like it's this valuable. So like even if we only charge like $1 per subscriber or 50 cents, like hey, if we charge $5,000 to build a 10,000 person list and we're able to monetize building the list, like who cares? This is just easy money.
Yeah.
It's so valuable for people. It's just like, I want to build my business, but I don't have an audience. All right, here's 10,000 people who are your audience. Now you have an audience.
Dang. Okay. I wonder if we could do this enough that the audience building could be your lead magnet.
Like, let me build you a 10,000 person audience list for free.
I mean, if you think about it another way, you build the mega list for yourself, and you're sharing your list with other people who are not competing with you. And so the lead magnet is like, what niche are you in? Like, here's 5,000 people in your niche. Like, go make some money from this list, and then like you become my client. Like then like for somebody to give you an audience, and for you to like learn how to make money off of that, like they're gonna come back to you for other stuff.
But dude, I just realized this. If I want to keep going this route, I don't know if I do after like this strategy, because I'm like, it's so simple. Maybe I don't want to do that. But anyway, if I want to like go down the route of affiliate marketing and build a list and like at
Mhm.
the on the back end of like, hey, pay me this amount per month to literally copy and paste my business, the hiccup was always how do they get the audience? With this
Right.
strategy, it's like, hey, pay me like an upfront fee of
Mm-hmm.
like $5,000 and I'm gonna give you the audience.
Mm-hmm. Oh my
Or it
gosh.
can be like, hey, I'm gonna charge you like $1,000 per month
Mm-hmm.
for this service. And you get to copy and paste everything. The business is fully automated.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Oh,
like running
dude.
you a 10,000 person list.
So you remember how we were saying just the other day, like, could you get the cigarette butts of lead gen from other people? It's like, no, the way you do it is you do it in reverse. Like you build a massive mega list, and then anybody who's not in your niche or who's not buying any all the crap leads, it's like you give those away in bundles as like bonuses to other offers. So it's like you don't have an audience, I'll give you an audience.
The only thing I don't know exactly how it works for like giving and transferring and selling lists. Like I don't know legally how that all works. So we'd
Mhm,
have to do that. It's like if you're getting hired to build a list and it's like, yeah, I build a list and it's like, this is your list. Like that's
uh-huh,
fine. But
mhm.
like giving away lists or like selling lists, I don't know exactly like the legality of that. So we'd have to look at that.
Yeah, so okay, so with the offer of like copy my business, if that's literally what's happening, which is like you're promoting the same offers to people who've already opted in for those same things. It's like you're literally outsourcing people doing your business for you. If you set up an affiliate model where it's like um you're gonna make 80% of the money on an automated business, uh you you just basically you're franchising an affiliate marketing business. So people are paying, they're investing like, I'm gonna pay you $5,000 for a model that already works with an audience that already is there. And I'm just gonna take some of the profit. So they're buying into an ecosystem with reoccurring revenue. And if you know that the system works,
Huh.
then you can just delegate it out to people that want to give you more money.
I like it. The only thing is like you look at all businesses, everything is going to recurring. Like
Hmm.
even programs like Microsoft Word is now a recurring service.
Hmm.
Like ClickFunnels, everything's recurring. So even though like the franchise business is still working, it's more for like brick and mortar, for online and software and things like that. Like it's easier for people to opt in to a recurring. So it's like,
Hmm.
oh well, like I don't know if I want to invest $10,000 to buy this business model, but if it's $1,000 per month, like oh, worst that I lose is $1,000. But if it works, then you make $1,000 and you're making $12,000 per year. If they stay for 5 years, that's like
Hmm.
$60,000 rather than 10,000 up front. So for you, it's more valuable, and for the client, I feel like it's an easier sell. It's still the same like franchising model. It's just you don't pay a lump sum up front. You just pay a recurring
Hmm.
like fee to have access to the business.
Right.
And since you're not just selling the business model, you're literally selling the business. They need continual access because otherwise they don't have the business anymore.
Right.
Like they
Hmm.
still have the list and they can go off on their own and do whatever they want with it,
Hmm.
but they don't have the copy and paste business.
Yeah.
You know what we need to do? We need to figure out how to clone ourselves. So the original us just comes up with the ideas and then the clone goes and does the work. But knowing us, the clone's going to be like, I don't want to do this. Let me create a clone of myself that they can keep going. And we're going to keep cloning ourselves and no one's ever going to do the work. But that's the thing, like I love businesses like this because it's like do the work once
Mhm.
and then you're done. Because I've never really seen this done of someone selling a business. It's like, yeah, selling a business on the high end,
Mhm.
like selling a business on the low end. Like, hey, pay me 10,000 bucks. I'm going to hand you this pre-made, pre-built business, teach you how to
Mhm.
do it. And, you know, you get to keep 75% of the profits. I just want 25% of the profits on the
Mhm.
back. Like, I've never seen that done before. It's always like build up the business, then sell it in one lump sum for like million, 5 million, or however much you can get for it.
Mhm.
But this of like, hey, I'm gonna sell you the business, or it can even be like, I'm gonna give you the business, teach you how to run it, you run it, and we both make money. Like I've never seen that done before.
Yeah.
Hmm. Anyway, I love this business model so much. I'm like, I can't wait to try it. I might not get it right the first time, and I might need to like figure a few things out, but it's like the
Mhm.
principle is simple enough that it's gonna work. It's just a question of how well it works.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know, it seems like because once you do it once or twice,
Mhm.
you can, I want another like 10, 20,000 people on my list. So let's go find like 5 or 6 people, take a couple weeks to do this, and then all right,
Mhm.
this is all the people.
Yeah, I feel like that like if you get good at that though, like that could be your business, just growing like a mega list. And then if you do have the like copy paste business model, like that part of your business can run itself. Because that it's I mean it's sort of like the showing people how to do what they're doing, like you can run that once as a class, and then it's like that asset will teach them like the stuff of like, okay, go here, do this, blah 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 blah. And but then like your business, like the part that you actually strategize and like how do I make this more cost effective, like more efficient, is like go find the right people. It's like keep doing this part of the business, like grow this massive mega list and like find all the best lead gen agencies, like talking to those people. It's like, how are you doing what you're doing? What are the strategies you're seeing? And just like keep figuring out how to grow a massive. And then like you have all kinds of names to dole out like that supports you actively growing this like franchising your business model. And then at
Well,
some point you want to be able to get to where it is the franchise model of like it's like, all right, here's all the stuff to make it keep working. Here's the amount of wiggle room you have to innovate and like experiment. And so then you're leveraging the whole platform of everybody trying little experiments, like finding little better ways to, maybe it's just somebody has a good copywriting voice that lands better with their people, but somebody else might find like this strategy of doing it this way is actually working way better, or I found a way to make, skip a step of the process, whatever.
yeah, 'cause for me, I love the automation process of this. Like,
Hmm.
I don't want to create an audience and then have to run it. I
Hmm.
either create the audience, run it for a while, and then hire someone to run it for me, and
Hmm.
then have it create passive income, or then go ahead and sell it or give it away and be like, hey, I make 50%, you make 50%, you
Hmm.
just run it. Or then like after I test this theory, I can literally find people and be like, hey, I have this strategy. Let's partner up. I'm going to show you how to do this. So I teach them like, hey,
Hmm.
this is the strategy. This is how you set it up. This is how you run it. They build the audience. And it's like, you can repeat this process over and over again to keep building your audience, and they run it. And because I showed them everything, I make a cut. So it's like, I make 25% back end. So it's like, I just show people and kind of like coach them through the process. And once everything's
Yeah.
set up, like they keep running and building the business. I don't need to do anything. It's like, once they know the process, they can keep building it. It's like, if I teach someone this process, it's like they build 100,000 person list and they're generating like $50,000 per month, and I'm
Mhm.
making like 25% of that. That's like, I don't know, how much is that? 50, 25, that's 1250 per month for each person that I do that for.
Mhm.
If I do that for 10 people, that's 125,000 per month, where I have
Mhm.
to do no work once it's set up. So it's like, that's the kind of thing that I want to do.
Mhm.
So I mind doing the work in the beginning, but I want to set it up so it's fully automated on the back end.
Yeah.
Because the beauty of that is like, you're not, no one's competing with you because, or with each other, because you can just find someone who's like, all right, let's build a niche, like a business in this niche using this strategy. And
Mhm.
they go ahead and build it and keep building it and building it and building it in that niche. And then you just find someone in a different niche and teach them how to do that strategy in the other
Mhm.
niche. So you're helping people build 10 different businesses in 10 different niches
Mhm.
using the exact same concept, and no one is competing with each other because they're in different niches. So there's
Yeah.
never going to be any crossover. And since you helped them build them, it's like you get recurring income on the back end of everything. So it's like, you don't build the business, you don't run the business, you just make
Mhm.
money. It's like, that's kind of where I want to get to. In order to get to that, I first need to do it myself at least once or twice to confirm and
Mhm.
test everything and understand how everything works. And once I do, once I become an expert at that process, then I can go out and either build the audience myself, then hire someone to run it for me, or
Mhm.
teach people how to do it and get a recurring like percentage off the back end.
Yeah.
By the way, it kind of looks like you're wearing a fez because of the clock in the background. Or you're an angel, one or the other.
Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna talk out an idea that I have. I'm I'm wondering if I can teach people to be podcast editors and get paid to teach them how to do that. Um, so the idea is something like this, like get paid to listen to podcasts. And so then you target, like the lists you target are the people in the niche who like to listen to those podcasts. So it's like, out of all those people who are like, I want to find out how to get paid to listen to podcasts, like, so you do that as like either your free webinar or like a low ticket product, it's like $7 or whatever. So you're slowly, like you're getting paid to grow that list, that pool of people who want to learn this skill. And then you just show them the process of like, all right, you're listening to a podcast, um, you're you're trimming stuff down, condensing something based off of a transcript. You show them like really simple editing procedure. You basically like what you would teach a VA, you would do that as the product. And then the idea is you would, because these people want to get paid to listen to a podcast, it's like I would listen to this anyway. And so like I'm getting paid to listen to it while I'm sitting here and like editing it, helping a podcast that I like get produced. And so then you can pay them, less than somebody who's like a specialist editor. It's like, I'm not just paying a mechanic, I'm paying somebody who wants to do this, who would do it anyway.
So what I understand the value in it for you. You get someone to edit your podcast for free. but or you actually get paid to do that, but what's the value in it for them?
So the value is if if they like that genre of podcast, like they would listen to something like that anyway. And they could go through the podcast before they're released, listen to it, and then help podcasts get made and then get paid for every episode that they edit. Like it lets them monetize their hobby. It
Okay,
lets them like get some return on the time that they're spending on that.
okay. I mean, at the core, no, actually, on the surface, it seems logical. Like you're teaching people, it's kind of like the concept of, oh, get paid to watch like TV or like movies and TV. And it's like, all right, you basically get paid by Netflix to like tag shows and put in like chapters and stuff like that. So it's like,
Mhm,
it's basically a job.
mhm.
It's like, it sounds good on the surface, but in practical, I feel like most people wouldn't enjoy it.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't, but like the few people that actually would, that are willing to do it, like you're just casting a wide enough net that you can find those people who would do it. Like I'm not necessarily trying to create an army of editors. I just need enough that like are excited to do my podcast.
Yeah. I mean, I like the idea. I'm just wondering if it's too complicated for nothing. Like, because it's like, it's a logical concept. Sorry, something like fell on the roof and made a loud noise. It's a logical concept, but it's not like so genius that people would like rush into it. So like it would
Right.
take some work to set up. I'm wondering like, would it be more logical to just do something easier and use the money generated from that to then just hire an editor?
Probably.
Because we're trying to come up with genius ideas to like, get paid to or like have everything we want done for free, but it's
Mhm.
like sometimes it's easier to just do the simple thing that pays well and hire
Mhm.
someone to do it rather than
Yeah.
coming up with like an elaborate system to get
Mhm.
someone for free. Hey buddy, how you doing? Say hello. I don't know his name. But I mean, that's the thing. Like, I love the fact that we're just creatively trying to come up with solutions for everything. But sometimes we like come up with a solution. We're like, yeah, that could work, but that would be dumb. Like, there's a way easier way to do this, and it's to do something
Mhm.
else and pay someone to do this. Hmm. Do you like to like nurture and build audiences only in like Facebook groups, or do you think you'd also enjoy doing that in like a newsletter?
Um, I think it'd be interesting to try it in a newsletter. Um, I mean, I was just thinking this the other day, like I probably should do that for my own like email list.
Oh yeah, it's true.
Just start,
You have a business.
yeah. I'm like, I was like, I what I need to do is do an actual relaunch sequence where I'm like, hey, I'm back. This is what to expect, blah
Guess
blah
who's
blah.
back
Yeah,
again? Aaron's back. Tell a friend.
and then just start the process of like writing out emails. Um,
Yeah, because you
like
want to
I
get
could,
good at copywriting anyway, right? That's a
mhm,
skill you want to develop.
yeah, and it's like email is like one of the easiest ways to like connect with people. I already have that list, so
because I'm just realizing like we're talking about I want to do work on the front end because I enjoy the challenge of it. But
Mhm.
once it's I don't want to do the work on the back end, you're like, I don't really want to do the work on the front end. I enjoy the work on the back end of taking care of a community and nurturing it.
Mhm.
I don't know, like for me, it's more like the strategy will work better for newsletters. So if that's not what you're interested in, that's fine. But I'm just like, it's like our respective interests naturally kind of like combine together.
Yeah.
Hmm. All right, a fun question for you. Let's say you were able, let's say like we use this model or a different model or whatever, and it's like you're able to launch a business and set it up and automate it in like 30 days or 60 days or 90 days or whatever. It's like you get to the point where you're just making recurring passive income with no work required whatsoever, and it pays for everything you need. Would you still like want to build and nurture audiences and do that process, or is it just because like you enjoy that anyway, so you're just combining it and doing that as a job because you're like it makes sense? Like if you
Say
didn't
that
have
again.
work, basically if you didn't have to work to make money, would you still do that?
Still do what?
Like the whole audience thing of like how to build an audience, how to monetize it, how to create a valuable family audience, like that whole concept. It's like it makes sense if you want to generate money and build a business, but if you didn't have to, would you still do that?
If I didn't have to,
I'm just wondering, like, is it something that you want to do no matter what, or is it just the most fun version of building a business for you? Because if it's the most fun version of building a business and you have the option of building a simple automated business that's different, it's like, okay, but like, why would you go through the trouble of creating a business where you have to be involved and work in it
Mhm.
if it's only, well, it's the best version of a business where I have to work that I can
Mhm.
think of.
Yeah. I think, I mean, I think I want both. It's like if I didn't have to work for money, I would still be doing what I'm doing because I haven't built out what I do feel like I want, which is enough people to like share my life with, talk about the stuff that I like to talk about. Like like if you and I didn't have to work and we just talk to each other all the time and then like, half the day like I'm just talk to you and half the day I spend with my family, like I would probably be fine. I kind of feel like we would get tired of it. Like you might get
Maybe.
tired of talking to me. So I'm like, I do feel like I need some other I probably don't need a lot of people, honestly. Probably probably between you and Bobby and Jessica, like if I didn't have to work, I would probably spend more of my time writing like screenplays or like doing creative stuff that doesn't require anybody else.
All right.
Writing music.
I want to interrupt you quickly. I have a challenge both for you and for me. I challenge us to create an automated business, kind of like the one we were just talking about, whether it's
Mhm.
that or something else. So we can get to the point where we don't have to work for money. And then we get to really do what we want to do. Because now we're like, well, I need money. So what can I do that will generate money that will like that I enjoy? And I feel like
Mhm.
that's clouding your judgment. Because we've never been to the point where it's like, I don't need to work if I don't
Mhm.
want to. So what do I really want to do? We're always like, what would I enjoy doing that would generate money because I need money?
Mhm.
Just like, what if we just for a amount of time, like 30 days, 60 days, whatever, it's like, all right, let's come up, work really hard, launch this business, get it like successful so that we are at the point within a few months where it's like, okay, I don't need to work. Now what?
Mhm. I want to watch a lot of TV.
I love it.
I mean, honestly, if I didn't have to work, and that's the thing, is if I didn't have to, I wouldn't ever do any of the creative things that I really want to. So I kind of need,
I disagree. I think you'd watch TV for like 3 months and then get like so bored that you're like, I need to do something.
yeah, it would probably go in waves.
Yeah.
Um,
But I
yeah, I
think
don't,
the beauty of not having to work gives us the freedom to work in waves and be like, I'm okay. I can spend a year watching
Mhm.
TV and doing absolutely nothing. It doesn't matter.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
And once
and
we
and
have that freedom,
maybe that's really what I want is like to have my life more in chunks of like I did this until I got tired of it, and then I moved on to another thing, and I just did that until I got tired. Instead of like where I'm at now is like I have to break everything up into these little pieces. It's like I really, really hate that.
yep. So I think that's the solution for us. Like,
Mm,
let's stop being dumb. Let's stop trying to be smart. Let's stop like everything. I think that is the solution to what we're talking about at the start. Like, how do we simplify our lives? We ignore everything that we can except the bare essentials, like, food and family and like, basic necessities,
mhm,
and focused all our time, all our energy, all our effort on building that automated business so that within a couple months or maybe a year, however long it takes, like we are at the point where we then have the freedom to be like, okay, I don't
mhm.
need to worry about money. What do I want to do? Do I just want to stick a fork in my lip and live like that for a year? I can do that. Like, I think that's what's holding us back. We're trying to do too much at once. It's like all we need to do is become financially free. The simplest way to do that is to set up an automated business.
Yeah. Okay. Seems like an email newsletter is a pretty darn good model. Like because every email you write becomes an asset. And like it takes less time to write an email than it does to like make a course or even like a video training. Um that being said,
You don't run a newsletter, which is okay, because you just need to set it up and run it long enough for you to be able to hire someone to do it for you.
okay, I think I'm gonna come up with my own version of the 40-day challenge that you did. Maybe I'll do it as a 30-day challenge.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why 40 days? I chose 40 days because there was 40 days till the end of the year.
What about I could do like 40 days and 40 nights.
Because of like the Bible or because of that movie?
Well, both.
Okay.
It's just like it's just like that, like, the kernel of an idea, like the meme of an idea.
It's
Um,
funny talking of that movie. Every time someone mentions that movie, the image of like the ocean of like breasts just pops up in my head because it's just such a weird image. So like every time I think of that movie, that's what I think of.
um,
Okay, sorry. What's your challenge?
yeah, no, so I was thinking like I should just brainstorm every possible thing that I could do a verbal training on, or like a walkthrough on my screen, and then just say I'm gonna do a pop-up community. I'm gonna be training nonstop ad nauseum. Come, it's free, and just uh and then just kind of respond to what people want. It's like, here's all of the stuff that I could do. What do you want to like clean up your email inbox? Do you want to see how I've been creating engagement? Do you want to
So
um,
kind of like the garage
automate it?
sale skills that you have.
Yeah, a skills, a garage skill, a garage skill. the the basement. I don't know. We can come up with something stupid for it, like, but yeah, I mean, literally just like, and then by having it be like I'm just always on and there's people there, or assuming that there's people there all the time, just make a massive amount of content and all of those things become assets that you can sell.
All right. So how do you automate
Okay, so let's say that that's what I'll do after I've already proven that this is how you make money. let's
that?
let's focus on the actual what I have. So I have an engagement class that I have sold 3 times now, I think. Yeah, a couple of people have bought it, and it's the people that have seen it have said it's good feedback, but Felix said it was too much information. And then um, the
That's
people that have taken it haven't finished the homework. So I'm like, okay, it needs to be simple. It needs to be more simple. So what if I just take that one, like several people have paid me for it, and then a couple other people have said they were interested in it. So I have people who are interested in doing a class with me. Like, what if I retaught it with the intention of trying to make it simpler, and then just like keep doing the same things? Like, uh, okay, I'm gonna teach it based on the feedback that I got. Show it to people, get their response or testimonial. What kind of feedback is it? Still not good? Like, what can I do to make it better? Then go promote it and reteach it, and just keep like refining it until it's like, okay, now it's an asset. Now it's like an automated. People are getting the value that they signed up for from it, and they're like, this is a massive value. Right now, it's not, and it's something that people want. Like the promise of it seems to work pretty good because people are paying me for it, and then like if I can actually get it to deliver results, then it will sell itself.
sorry, I muted you by accident. um, okay, just before I give feedback, my question to
Mhm.
you is, are you interested in doing this challenge of like, let's create a business that's going to be automated so we don't have to worry about money?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So how do you automate that on the back end? Is it you create that and then eventually like you get enough feedback that you create a course and then you create a funnel and sell that? Is that the strategy?
So I mean, let's. I would just say like this one class. I'll call it a workshop. like that would be the product. So it would be, right now people have bought it at like $200. Like if I can get it to where people are actually excited about it, they're getting the results from it, and probably lower the cost of it a little bit. But if I just show the proof of it, I mean, build out a sales letter based on what the experience is actually going to be. Like, here's what I'm promising. It's like you're going to get engagement. Here's what people have said is awesome. Here's the results. Like people are getting better engagement. Here's how much it costs. And then just have that be constantly put in front of new people, either
Dude,
with paid ad spend or with like paying the VA to like put that in front of groups where that's what they want.
I just had an idea. Let's say you have a course that you're selling.
Yeah.
And the strategy is I want as many testimonials as I can because I know that's what sells the course. So either for a brief period or as a strategy ongoing in the course is you sell the product. Let's say it's like $1,000, and not actually, let's say you want to sell it for $500. You're like, okay, you structure everything, you sell it for $500, but you put two prices, two buying options. One option is the normal price, which is, let's say, $700. The other price is the testimonial price. You get 200 bucks off if you just agree to give me a testimonial once you're done going through the course. And you give people the option of paying full price, which is more than you wanted to charge anyway, so you don't actually lose anything, or you get them a big discount as but they agree like from the get-go. It's like, I'm getting this special discount because I'm going to give you a testimonial, like honest testimonial. Of course, you're never going to buy like positive ones, but it's like, or you can even go more to the extreme. It's like you want to sell it for 500. It's like, all right, course is 1,000, but you're getting 50% off because I want this in as many hands as people as I can. And the best way to do that is to get testimonials. So you're getting 50% off for a limited time if you agree to give me an honest testimonial at the end. It's like, even if it's not a limited time, even if that's like your whole business strategy, it's like, that seems more valuable to people. Like, oh, I'm getting 50% off. And at the same time, it locks, well, it doesn't really lock them in. Like, they don't have to do it. Like, you're not going to force them to do it. But it's like, they agreed to give you a testimonial in exchange for that better. So I feel like you're going to get so many testimonials by doing that.
Yeah.
It's like, then you can set up the page of like, hey, this is the offer, testimonial buy button, testimonial buy button, buy button. It's like, that would be a really good way to get a lot of testimonials.
Yeah.
And you don't even have to charge any less.
Yeah, this is a good idea.
Because like that launch model has been used so many times. Like even businesses, like sometimes it's like, oh, I'm doing this special thing to see if it's going to work. So you get the discount while I'm testing things out. You go in, it's like the video has been recorded like 4 years ago and they're still running the same thing.
Yeah.
So it's like, hey, that model works. But it's like, I've never seen the like testimonial like version of it.
Yeah.
Because it's not like, oh, I'm testing it out to make sure like it's good, because that kind of like downsells it of like, well, I'm not sure how valuable it is, so I'm giving it to you at a discount so you get to test it out. It's like, no, I know how valuable it is and I want to get more people to get it. And to do that, I need testimonials. So I'm giving you a discount so you can give me a testimonial so I can get even more people, because that's how awesome it is.
Yeah.
By the way, another thing that I came across that was really cool concept is if ever you have a recurring plan, so a membership of some sort, and you want to give a free trial, word it as a free scholarship rather than a free trial. Because subconsciously people are like, oh, a trial, then I'm just getting like a portion of the course. It's like the word trial has a certain connotation in their mind, whereas scholarship is like, oh, I won a scholarship to this. Like I'm special,
Right.
I'm unique. But at the end of the day, it's the exact same thing. It's like I forget the difference in conversion, but it's like she tried free trial and then she upped to like convert to scholarship, and it maybe like boosted like it maybe like doubled her opt-in rate or something like that. So it's like sometimes small details like that. Anyway, I just
Interesting.
wanted to mention it because I came across that yesterday. And I thought it was
Okay, so what I'm seeing is that like just the one thing that I have right now, like I could probably be promoting it uh quite a bit and get some sales from it right away. And
yeah.
even if I was like, I just want to make it better and I'm willing to teach it live a couple more times, like doesn't matter. But like, I mean, I would like to teach it live a couple more times just to polish the quality of it and to make sure that it's setting people up well.
But I mean, you don't have to charge less because you're like, oh, people have bought $200. So it's like,
Right.
I want to that and then lower the price. You can be like,
Mhm.
no, I'm creating this. A few people have already tried it. It's super valuable. I just want to perfect it so it's even better. I'm going to sell this
Yeah.
for $500. You can get it now for 200 as
Mhm.
long as you give me feedback and you help me make it even better.
Yeah. That's that's a great launch strategy. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put together an offer post and I'm gonna start posting that all this week. Let's see how many people I can get into it.
All right. I feel like you're going to get a way better conversion on this if you have a free front end offer. So what is like a front end offer that you can offer for free that is related to this? Maybe it's the basic concept that you're going to cover in this course. It's like, hey, here's the concept to help you do this thing. Get the like the video for free. It's like you just break down the super like surface basic concept of this is what you need to do. By the way, if you want me to help you do it, I'm creating this course and I want to update it, make it even better. So I have this one time like $200 offer rather than 500,
Uh-huh.
like in exchange for feedback to help it make even better. But it's like having that front end offer primes them to like, they already understand the concept, they see the value, they get warmed up to you. And then on the back end, if it's like, oh, it's just $200 and it's going to be 500 later, it's like, I get to implement what I just learned. Like, yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
It's like a mini funnel. Is there a way for you to do that like easily?
So the free offer would be something of value that leads into this.
Well, yeah, like I don't know what your exact thing is, but it's like in general, in a course, the free offer or the webinar or whatever it is, it's like the concept that you're going to teach. And then the
Uh-huh.
course is let me show you exactly how to do that. So it's like you can just take the
Gotcha.
concept that I showed you
Mhm.
and run with it. Or you
Right.
can use my trial and error and my
Mhm.
skills to help you do it.
Mhm. Okay, so then the free thing would be like demonstration of expertise as a promotional that um that then opens the door for like the offer.
Yeah, so it's kind of like whatever your offer is. Let's say your offer is um, I'm going to simplify your life so you can make more money in your business. The free video, as you explain that concept, it's like everyone is telling you you need more when in fact you need less. You need to remove
Mhm.
things from your life. So this is the process you need to go through in order to do that. So you just like very briefly overview, explain the concept and like the basic steps. And then it's like, hey, if you want, I created a course that teaches you in detail exactly the steps you need to go through to do all this.
Mhm.
And because I'm updating it, I want to make it even better and I want feedback on it. I'm giving it
Mhm.
away for 200 rather than 500.
Yeah.
And it's like, since you already had two people, you said, go through it that said it's valuable, You can reach out to them and say like, hey, can you just film a very quick, like 30-second testimonial video? Because I want to create this into a product. And once it's done, I'm going to give you an updated version of the course. So it's like you're incentivizing them to give you your testimonials. So you start on that sales page, you already have those 2 testimonials. And then since the strategy is like, hey, you're getting this special price because you're going to help give me feedback and give me testimonial, then every person who goes through, you get a testimonial. So you just add that. And you can either keep the funnel that way, or in the future, once you've proved it, you can up the price to 500 or whatever the price wants to be, like you want the price to be. But it's just like the free front end offer seems to work really well. It's like you're going to have a way higher conversion rate. So it's kind of like step number 1 is the idea. Step number 2 is let me explain to you how it works. That's the free content. Step number 3 is let me go into details, show you exactly how to do that in your life so you can get that benefit. And then if you have a special discount because you're just like, you want feedback, you want to make it like version 2.0 and you like testimonials, then it's like, it's even better. And then if you want like an upsell, it's like, hey, for an extra like $50, you're going to get the updated version of the course once it's done. Or you can throw that in as extra value for free if you want to, like as a bonus. It's like, you get this and you'll get the updated course like in a couple months once it's done.
Gotcha. Okay, so
as we're running through this, and I've done this a bit with like Jessica, I'm realizing like, even though I haven't done it myself, people could pay me to walk them through this.
oh yeah, you could totally be a business coach. I mean, if your offer is like, I'm not a business coach, I'm your friend who knows all about business coaching. Like, pay me to be your friend, and then you get the business coaching for free. And then if you just slip in like, by the way, I've like helped several of my friends like are making a living with the businesses that I helped them build.
I think what I would enjoy doing, I think I would enjoy doing this, but not as a business, just as a like fun activity. But the strategy is like, hey, I won't pay you, like, I won't charge you up front. Like, I like you, we're friends. Like, let me help you build your business for free, but I want a 10% cut. So it's like, I don't charge anything, I don't get paid for it, but it's like on the back end, I make money. It's like, once I would be at that point of doing that, it's like, I already have my automated businesses, so it doesn't matter. I don't need the money. I'd just be doing that for fun. But it's like, I want to get in the mindset of I never do anything for free. That doesn't mean I charge up front for it, but I always want to be generating income for what I do. Anyway, sorry, just distracting. Focus on your thing. Ooh, question. Okay, no, you know what? Sorry, I changed my mind. I'm going to charge you for this. This is going to cost you 1 testimonial. So for whatever I end up, like whatever business I end up setting up, like, can you film like a 30-second testimonial for me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Because I just realized, like, if I get one from you, one from Jessica, and one from Bobby, it's like 3 testimonials is enough to launch any product. And it's like, we know each other well enough that it's like, even though I haven't actually taken the course that you're selling or the service or whatever, like, I know you as a person. I know that whatever you're providing is going to be valuable. So it's like, I feel comfortable giving you a testimonial.
Hired me as a as like, you've been my client. You've sent me money before, so
True.
technically you can say, I have hired Aaron and I can recommend.
It's true. It's true. I have.
I think I've paid everybody but Bobby, which since he's mostly just been doing massage therapy, it's kind of hard to do that
Yeah.
at
Do a
a
Zoom massage.
distance.
Well, maybe you can pay him to massage your ego. But yeah, man, I think you should do this. And if you need help with the funnel, like I don't know how educated you are when it comes to building funnels, but it's like I'm diving really deep into that. So if you need
Mhm.
help, you know,
Yeah, I'd like to. I'd like to do that. I think what I would like to create is exactly what you're talking about. Is like the free idea, basically like the short webinar to the next thing, which is the book a call, like a free audit for your thing. And then the free audit like allows me to do the rapid testing of like what is it that people are actually wanting. I can get the feedback from the first 10 or 5 or 10 people to really actually get the market feedback and say, oh yeah, this is what people are actually looking for and wanting.
I wouldn't do the like free audit thing. Like just charge for it up front.
Mhm.
Like have that free offer explaining the thing, but like don't do
Mhm.
any work for free.
Yeah.
Like do it
Okay.
at a discount. That's fine. But it's like you don't know, like if this becomes valuable, you can like balloon it into like easily a $1,000 course on the back end.
Hmm.
It's like $200 for something that might be sold for $1,000 in the future. That's an amazing deal. That's like 80%
Yeah.
off. And also something you said before that came up in one of the trainings I was looking at was the concept of giving too much is sometimes worse than giving less.
It's
So it's like
yeah,
you
it's
think you
almost
need to give so
always.
much value, but it's fact like no, you just overwhelm people and they end up not doing anything.
Hmm. Yeah, I think in general, like too much is almost always a bad. I mean, the same principle applies to like eating, sleeping, I mean, even money. It's like people who didn't earn money, who don't understand it, who don't respect it, when they have too much money, it ruins their life.
True.
It's like, so ideas are absolutely the same. Ideas, trying to learn something. I think that's why school takes so long, because it's like you're trying to cram in too much information
Yeah.
over too long of a period. Whereas like you look at homeschool kids who go to school way less and they're just as smart. I mean, they're maybe a little more socially awkward, but like they know as much or more than their peers in terms of information.
Oh yeah,
Certainly
it's
better
like
problem solvers.
it is the perfect example because I think you were homeschooled like the entire time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I was homeschooled for primary school and then for like high school I went to like well, I was a public school or private school, but still it's like I went from doing 1 hour of schoolwork per day in English, French, and math to like normal like classes with all the different things. And it's like within like 1 or 2 months, I was number one in my class.
Hmm.
It's like, yeah, did they really need all those like 7 hours of work they did every single day for the last 6 years? Probably not.
Nope.
Oh, that's the same concept we were talking about before of like simplifying your life.
Dude, okay. Okay. So if this principle holds, do we really need to spend years trying to figure out how to build a profitable business and make lots of money? Like if we can be the kids who like go to like entrepreneurship school for the first time when everybody else has been doing it for a long time. And then we come in and we're like, all right, I'm going to skip all the things you have to do. I'm going to go straight to, let me just learn the basics, the things that are actually important, and then I'm just going to do it.
Dude, our lives are literally selling this concept. So we can use the homeschooling example of like, hey, I did 1 hour schoolwork per day. And then within like 1 or 2 months, I was the top of my class. So I did 20% or less of the work and got 80% of the results. And then the same for life. Like I built all these things for life and tried all these businesses and gained all these skills and failed over and over again. And now that I simplified my life, I did all these amazing things. And it's like the second we start getting business success,
Mm-hmm.
to be a killer offer, even until, and we can word it in such a way of like, I've simplified my life and I've created such an amazing life, the life I've always dreamed of like, yeah, I ran an ultra marathon with a couple of months training, like I wrote a book in 28 days. I sold everything and I'm traveling the world. Like, even if it doesn't, like, even if you're not saying like, hey, I made a bunch of money from this, it still sells the concept.
Mm-hmm.
You can already do that now. It's just going to become way more powerful once we're like, hey, we use this principle and we made $1 million in the last 12 months. But it's like, we don't need to do that to sell that principle.
I wonder, I wonder if targeting homeschoolers wouldn't be an interesting niche.
Oh,
Because that would create instant community right there. And then you're talking to a bunch of people who like they know they're smart, they know when they have the right things in place, like nothing can stop them. But like most people think that they're weird, and then they're usually trying to fit in around other people instead of being like, okay, just like give me the right thing, and then I'm gonna like feel a rocket ship.
yeah. If we target people who are homeschooled, who want to be entrepreneurs or have their own business,
Mm-hmm.
as you were saying, instant reports like, hey, I was homeschooled. I did 1 hour of work per day. And within a couple months, I was top of my class. And then I went, like I graduated high school and I went through life forgetting that principle. And I tried doing the normal route of like, hey, build all these skills, build all these businesses. And I failed over and over again. And then I went back to that homeschooling principle of doing a
Mm-hmm.
fraction of the work to get even like the same results and or even better results. And now I'm applying that to business. It's like,
Yeah.
you just described me exactly.
Okay, let me do a quick.
All right, I'll let you do some research. I need to pee.
Uh,
I'll be right back. So are you rich yet? That could have been an awkward position if it landed in my crotch. Well, I went to the bathroom and look what I found. I mean, in the kitchen. I never said I found it in the bathroom. So what were you brainstorming?
I was doing a search in the Facebook groups that I'm in to see if anybody mentions homeschooling. I haven't seen anybody say anything about it, so I don't know. I don't know if anybody else has any relationship to that other than like homeschooling their kids, but I'm gonna start asking around. That would be a really interesting niche to try doing some things with.
I just wonder how small of a niche it is, though.
I don't know. I don't know. I would laugh if it ends up being a giant chunk of the entrepreneurship. It's sort of like, you know, ADD and entrepreneurs tend to be like a lot of overlap there. Like, what if like the homeschooling niche also is one of those invisible overlaps that nobody's looked at yet?
I feel like it might. Because if you've been homeschooled, you're kind of like out of the system. You're used to thinking differently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like
So it's like most
homeschools,
people
high
think, oh,
school
I
or
need to go to
college
school and
dropouts.
get a job. Homeschoolers, it's like, okay, school is not everything. Like
Mhm.
there's more to life than that.
Yeah. Yeah. If I targeted homeschoolers, school dropouts, and people with ADD, like tell me you're an entrepreneur without telling me you're an entrepreneur.
You funnel down so deep that you're the only one. You're like, I found my ideal client. It's me. It's the only client.
Exactly. Oh man.
Kind of like, I don't know if you heard about that story of like the guy who used Facebook ads to like troll his roommate. Like he funneled down so deep that the only person being targeted was his roommate. And he just sent him like weird ads and the roommate was like freaking out.
That's hilarious. I've heard of like um marketing like marketing experts doing that to like get hired, like get a job. They'll target really specific executives or people that they wanted to work for. And so like they're only really advertising to like a couple of people. But um,
Oh
I
yeah,
feel like
was
I feel
that
like
you who did that where someone like created a Facebook ad like as a CV to get hired?
I might have mentioned it.
Yeah, okay, I think it might have been you.
Yeah. I feel like running ads is probably not as difficult as it seems. Probably the majority of the work is getting your marketing message uh, streamlined. I think the mechanics of running an ad's probably not that difficult.
Yeah, I feel like it wouldn't be that hard because like I don't know, can you target like specific zip codes on Facebook?
Oh yeah, you can target by location.
Yeah, because then you can just target a zip code and you have like you can literally look at their Facebook profile. It's like, all right, someone who's in that zip code who like this page, and this page.
Uh-huh.
Odds of have that be more than one person are so slim.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
What if we ran Facebook ads for a single person?
The ad cost is probably expensive to be that targeted. I don't know,
But
but
it's like only one click.
That's true. That is true. So, I mean, how much could it cost?
I don't know.
But that would be interesting. If you knew the exact
But I
person
feel
that
like
you're
it
trying
costs
to,
more, not when it's more targeted, it costs more when there's more competition. If you target one person, there's no other competition. So I feel like it would be even cheaper, no?
that could be. But then how? Actually, you're right. Because the ad cost rises when you're in auction for the space, right? So it's actually, you're right, you're right. The more targeted it is, the cheaper the ad costs become. Because you know
Dude,
more about who you're trying to find. So
did we
could
just figure out a
you,
way to get hired super easily? Where it's like you find, let's say, like the CEO of a company you really want to work for and target them specifically on Facebook and record like a video with like captions of like their name. So like it jumps out at them. They're like, it's like, hey, Aaron, you have to watch this. It's like you would click on that video if it's an ad, right? You're like, what? You click, it's like, hi, Aaron, this is so and so. It's like, I really want to work for your business. I think I'd be an asset for these reasons. Like you pitch yourself. I
Mhm,
feel like that would work. It's like you can set it up so even if they see it, the ad is still going to pop up.
mhm.
Like you might pay more because it's by impression, but it's like if you keep paying and you just keep popping up in their feed all the time, eventually they're going to be like, they're either going to be like, all right, block this ad, or they're going to click on whatever button you set up to get in contact with you.
Okay, this is interesting. Can you,
Like a really good way to target people you can't access otherwise, like business owners who like
yeah,
would never accept your friend request, would never
yeah,
respond to a on LinkedIn.
it's a more it's a more flashy way of doing like a cold message.
Yeah, but it's like a cold message that can't be ignored. It's like, all right, if he went through the trouble of doing that,
Mhm.
like I want to talk to him.
That would be interesting. And what, so, okay, so I wonder, this would be a really interesting experiment to run. Like,
I feel like I kind of wanted to try this. Like with that guy who came up with this concept of like we've been talking about of like, building a huge audience for free and like monetizing and
uh-huh,
everything. It's like I reached out to him on his website, on Facebook, and on LinkedIn,
mhm,
and I haven't heard back. So what if I use every bit of information I can find about him? Just like the city that he's in, the groups
yeah,
that, the pages that he's in, like everything, and like target it so much that I can create
mhm,
an ad specifically for him, and then create a video with like kind of like what I was saying before, like, hey,
mhm,
his name. It's like a video of like, hey, I saw your content. I love what you did. I want to know how to do that. I'm willing to do
yeah,
anything. I can work for you. I can be your intern, whatever you need. I want to do this and I know I can provide value to you and your company. And just have like
okay.
an opt-in page or something.
I think, I think that is an idea worth trying. Hyper, like individual targeting an ad.
Because like it wouldn't work if you're really selling a product, but it's like if you're just trying to network, that is a very good way to get someone's attention. And I don't think it would be that expensive.
Okay, yeah, if you wanted to spend 50 bucks as an experiment, like it would
I
be
don't even
really
know if
worth
you
it
need
to
to
find.
spend $50. Because like
I
if
don't
you
I,
pay
I don't
per
think
click
it
and
would be
not
that
per
expensive.
impression, I don't think it'd be that expensive. Even if you pay per impression, like the person would see like 10 times after 10 times, like if they haven't clicked on it, they're never going to click on it.
Mhm.
So it really doesn't matter. I don't think you'd end up spending that much. I feel like max a couple bucks, like 5, 10 max. I don't even think that.
All right, so what if we what if we do this as a challenge Um. Oh, okay. What if we did this? What if we ran this as a challenge uh, for other marketers? And it's like a contest. So it's like the first one to hit us with a hyper targeted ad wins. And so then the course or the challenge is like like we just get interviewed by like we interview each other, and like the marketers like come in and ask us the things that they need to know about. um so I don't know. I don't know exactly how you would make it. It's
I
sort of
feel like
like
a
this
good
would
way
be
to
like a
test
game of.
this would be to literally like each go in their Facebook ads account and try to target the other person, exclusively the other person.
Mhm,
Like using only the information that's on like their profile. Because like for a
mhm.
normal person, like you wouldn't know them, so you wouldn't know all the details about
Yeah.
their life. So it's like, all right, you go on their profile. So it's like, all right, they're in like as an example, me, it's like, all right, Montreal.
Mhm,
And then you don't know anything else about my location. So it's like you go like, all right, what pages did you like? Then you can target those pages. And I think
mhm,
just the city and target like this page and that page and that page. You have like 3, 4 pages. Like
mhm.
the odds of one other person in the city having those exact matches are very, very slim. And it's like if we prove that we can do this, we can pretty much contact anyone as long as we can see their profile. And it's like even if we can't see their profile on Facebook because like they've hidden it and it's a private profile, maybe
Mhm.
we can go on LinkedIn and get that information and just use the information from LinkedIn to target them on Facebook.
Oh, dude, it's even easier than that.
But
You have their email address. You
but if
can
you have their
create.
email address, you don't need to target them on Facebook because you can message them by email.
Yes, that's true.
I mean, I guess like if you've emailed them and they're not responding, then like a targeted ad on Facebook would stand out more. So that would be a
Mhm,
viable option. But I feel like if you want to find like to access someone that you would normally not have access to,
mhm,
I think like you wouldn't have their email.
mm,
So it's like, let's say someone you like some like I don't know, not necessarily a celebrity, but it's like someone who's successful online, like a successful entrepreneur who's like he's big enough that he won't respond to you if you reach out.
mhm.
Like for me, it's this exact guy that I reached out to in 3 different places, and it's been like a couple of days and I haven't heard back.
Mhm.
It's like I feel like I want to try this. I want to try to target him with the ad.
This will be an interesting experiment.
Because like if we try this and it works, then we can literally reach out to almost anyone. It's like, hey, you want to reach out to Tony Robbins? Target Tony Robbins exactly, create an ad that's going to attract his attention. And as long as you convince him in the video that he needs to talk to you, it would work.
Yeah.
So it's like you get Tony Robbins to listen to what you have to say.
Mhm.
Whether you're convincing enough or not, that depends. But with the strategy, if it works, you can literally get pretty much anyone to actually listen to you.
Oh, dude. So if the goal is just get their attention long enough to get them to click or to talk to you or to something like even if like you don't have to get them to buy or anything. The goal is to just get their attention long enough
I think
to.
you even I think you can even set it up so it's like the call to action is like send me a message in Messenger.
Mhm,
So it could be like target the person, create a video that like with a caption that catches their attention with their name or something. It's like,
mhm,
hey Aaron, you need to see this. and then like a 30-second video of like, hey, I saw your training, like I love what you do. I want to learn from you. I want to help. I want to provide value, whatever that is. If I'm gonna
Mhm.
work for you, I'm be an intern for free, like whatever. I want to learn this, and I know that I can bring value to you and your team. Please just let me know if you're interested. Click the like
Mhm.
button down below to send me a message or whatever, like something super simple like that.
Mhm.
And it's like, as long as you're convincing, the person maybe out just out of curiosity will click. This could be the ultimate networking strategy.
I wonder. I wonder how well this. Okay, I've been asking myself this since you said it. I wonder how well it would work. Uh, like doing an invisible niche on an ad where you put somebody's name in the ad. So it's like you're basically cutting out anybody else who doesn't have that name. But it's like if you're optimizing for click-through rate and you basically get rid of anybody who um doesn't have that name, but then the name like is a pretty strong attention grabber. Like, does making the ad feel like it's actually talking to that person
I wonder,
make
like,
it
yeah,
compelling enough? Because that would
but
be a
I,
really interesting ad
that,
strategy.
yeah, that would be fun. It's like, all right, you find someone like in a group or something like that, instead of going the normal
Especially
route.
there's so many names that are very common.
But I mean, like, you go in a group, like I don't know, let's say an affiliate marketing group, and you find
Mhm.
someone who's like, you've seen them interact in the group, and you're like, okay, they would be a good fit. And instead of reaching out to them directly and trying to pitch, you go to their profile and target them specifically, record a video specifically for them using their name. It's like, hey, Aaron, I created this program. It is going to be perfect for you. And it's like worded in such a way that it's like, I've like, I don't know, saying like I've been watching you sounds very creepy. It's like I've been studying it, but it's like conveying that message of like,
Mhm.
I've done my research. I know you're the perfect person for
Mhm.
this. You need this. That's why I created
Mhm.
this exact ad only for you. You're the only person who's ever going to see this.
Mhm.
You have to check out this offer, and then a link to the offer. It's like by having that hyper targeted thing, they're going to be so much more inclined to convert because they're like, this was created like basically for me. It's like, how deep could you go? Could you like edit the sales funnel? It's like, hey, Aaron, welcome. And you speak directly to that person with their name.
Okay, this is how you get clients from other people's groups without making yourself a target by engaging in their group.
And I feel like it's so cheap because you're targeting one person. It's like, hey, it costs one click.
Let's try this. Let's try it. Like, I want to try this with your book offer. Like, I I have this, nobody else is doing this. Like, I'm designing this thing specifically for you and like literally for everybody in that group. Um, and then just kind of go down the list, like who seems to be most likely. Like, I'll see if I can find people who are buyers or who have um, bought into programs and stuff. And then let's just see, like, how many pieces of data can we find on individuals, and then can we individually target them? Can we get a click?
Because I feel like, yeah, that would be like, it would be way faster because you don't need to get them on a call. And people are like always kind of like standoffish when it's like, oh, I don't know this person. It seems like they're
Yeah.
trying to sell me something or whatever. But it's like, if it's a
Mhm.
specific ad with your name tailored specifically for you, that is
Yeah.
so original that it's like, what is this? This is so, it's like
Yeah.
weird, cool at the same time.
Mhm.
I think that would be like a very strategic way to hyper target people
Mhm,
and get a super high conversion rate
mhm.
and not have to do the work of like selling them your
I got it. Okay. So in order for us to figure this out, we should target Jessica and Bobby. And if we can get them to successfully see and click on an ad, we know that we have something that's repeatable.
the only downside is they already know us. So we need to create like a separate like page and promote from that page that they wouldn't recognize. Because otherwise, the second they see promoted and they see like our name, like they're gonna figure it out. But I feel like this would be a genius strategy of like it would have to be like high end enough, like $1,000. So it's like
Mhm,
even if it converts at like 1 in 4, well, it's still worth like doing the research to find and target 4 people to make like
mhm.
$1,000.
Yeah.
But if man, I wonder like what would the conversion rate be on that? It's like how deep do you need to go? It's like, all right, the video ad obviously would be like specifically recorded for that person. And then
Mhm.
for the funnel, you could just kind of like copy the existing funnel and just like replace the name. But it's like, should you go as far as recording another video for the sales funnel? It's like, hey, Aaron, welcome. Like you literally like walk them through everything, like in video form.
Say that again. Walk them through what?
Walk them through everything like in video form of like, hey, Aaron, welcome. Like this is the offer. This is why it's good for you. And it's like
Mhm.
a sales pitch in video format. Or it's just having like walking them through text and images and everything and just like inserting their name every once in a while. Would that be enough?
Maybe. So there's
There's a way we can word it that it seems unique. So it's like they click on the ad and then it sends them to the sales page, and the sales page we like put their name at the top. So it's like, welcome, Aaron. And then the video is like, you're probably wondering how I was able to speak to you directly using your name. And it's like you
there's
never need to use their name by saying that, but it seems like you recorded that video specifically for them.
yeah. Well, I know that there is some technology that allows you to kind of customize based on who like specific people. But I know there's also like there's a lead gen agency that I've been following. They have uh, a partnership. They do a thing where they resolve like for somebody who ends up on your land page, their pixel tracking is accurate enough that they can actually figure out who the person is that landed on your website. So for like,
Hmm.
I don't know, 40-50% of the people who arrive there, there's enough data that they can scrape that they can actually tell you this is who came to your website. So you actually have the identity, like the name and the maybe the email of the person. So then you can actually individually remarket to that person. So it would
Ooh,
be really interesting to be like, you know, you're pulling people in with your funnel, be like, and then somebody lands there, be like, hey, Guillaume, I saw you came to my website the other day, and I just wanted to shoot you like a little video to say like, hey, thanks for coming. It's like I really think that this is going to be right for you because X, Y, and Z, and I know it specifically will work for you. And this is the only person that's going to see this. Like, if you could build in enough things, because like if you said, okay, what are like the top 20 names? Like you would only have to do that video like you could sit down for a couple hours, do the same script with like different names. It's like whatever chunk of people end up coming like the most popular people, like you can individually retarget anybody who falls into those categories. And it's like very, very personal. So you could build a
Or you,
brand that's scalable, but it's like, it feels like you're personally inviting them into the ecosystem.
or I mean, yeah, it's like in the beginning, you just literally record a video for every person using their name and you store
Mhm,
that video. So if whenever another person comes along that has that same first name, you just
mhm.
reuse that video. And at some
Yeah.
point, it's probably going to get to the point where it's like most of the names you already have a video for. So you just get like a VA to go in and like do the work for you. And
Mhm,
whenever there's a new person, it's like, oh, okay, record a video for that new person. And then
mhm.
you have the name in the bank.
Yeah.
And I feel like another, like that's not scalable, but for this strategy to work well, it's like, all right, you create that personalized video ad with the person's name, and then you modify and like there would probably be a way to automate this, but modify their first name and the title at the top of the sales page, and then have the video worded in such a way that it seems like you're speaking to them, even though you never use their name. And then
Mhm.
on the back end, I know there's a possibility to connect. I don't know what the name of the software is, but there's a software that sends you a message to your phone saying, hey, this person just signed up to your course. You could
Mm,
do that. Whenever you do, it's like you record a video like, hey, Aaron, thanks for signing up to my course. I'm sure you're going to love it. If ever you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. So it's like
mhm,
it starts personal, then kind of like goes a little less personal, but at the end, it's like ends on a personal touch.
mhm, mhm. Dang, that would be really cool.
Like I think if we'd be able to do that, and like we tested a bit and we see the conversion rate is high enough, that could be a really effective business model.
Mhm,
Because like if instead of converting like 1 in 100, it converts like 1 in 3,
mhm.
well, that's worth doing if it's like a $1,000 course on the back end, you know?
Yeah.
Like I'm more than happy recording like 100. Okay, 100 might be extreme, but hey, if I'm making $100,000 a day, I'll record 100 videos a day. I don't care.
Yeah.
It's more like as long as it's worth it. This seems like it would be a super valuable strategy, super personalized. And I feel like the video testimonials on that would be like through the roof of like this person, like,
Oh, that's how you would do it. Okay. So it's like this is a $20,000 course, but I really think that this is gonna work really well for you. Like, and if you wanna work with me, like I wanna let you come in for like 1,500 bucks. And
oh,
so, but the trade-off is you have to make sure you do the work and then you give me a testimonial.
okay, maybe this is too much work, but what if we're like, hey, I've like been doing research to figure out who my perfect customer is, and like I came across you and you're like the perfect person. So normally this is $10,000, but I'm gonna give it to you for $1,000. All you need to do is input this coupon, and like the coupon code could be like Aaron Rocks or
Mhm.
something like that, where it's like the coupon includes their name. So like,
Mm,
God, like they made the ad for me. They created a special coupon just for me. They're giving a discount to me. I feel like that would convert so well.
mm, mhm.
Like as long as the product is quality and it delivers, like you just need to like do a little work of like, all right, find the person, hyper target them, like
Oh,
record
dude,
video, create that coupon,
but the
record a video once.
product itself is irrelevant because it's like it's the same thing with the book. It's like they're gonna bring what they need. So what the magic of this is by you telling them, like, I think this is gonna be good for you. I really want you to commit to doing this. You're making it be on them to like, I think, like, I'm personally reaching out to you. I believe that this is gonna be good for you. Can I have your like buy, like you're trying to get their buy-in to like to at least try it. So it's like there's already like a little bit of a higher incentive to try and finish it. Like because somebody is like they're inviting you into it, they're giving you a discount, they did it personally, they're saying it's like a good fit for you. It's like you're priming them to expect that it's gonna be
Yeah, and I feel like if we do this a couple times and it proves that it like it's a reliable system and converts really well, we could
Mhm,
then go hire a VA and be like, find us this kind of person, when you do send us like their Facebook profile and like find out this information about them, and then like
Mhm.
all we have to do is just record the video with that person's name, give that to the VA, they create the ad, they create the coupon in the back end, and then we have that app set up in the back end where it's like we get a notification every time someone signs up, we just record another quick video. Where it's like the entire process is completely tailored to them, but we're just recording two videos, two short, like 30-second videos. That's all we're doing. So it's like, it's not fully automated, but it's very close to being fully automated. And if it converts well on a high-end offer, this could be like really good. Like this is the kind of thing. It's like, hey, if the VA gets you like 10 people per day and you record like 10 videos per day and it converts like, you know, 1 in 3, well, you just made like $3,000 that day,
Mhm.
recording 6 very short videos. Like that could be like super valuable and like scalable, like not to like necessarily millions of dollars, but enough that you can make a lot of money with very little work.
Okay, here's the question. Is it more powerful to see an ad targeted to you? Because it takes like a day or two to get them approved, assuming you have all the correct things.
Yeah.
Like, and you don't have to refix something in the ad. Or just doing like a direct message where it is an honest, like, I mean, it might be a cold message, but it'd be like, hey, like, I know we haven't bumped into each other, but like, I really think this is going to work for you because X, Y, and Z. If you're interested, like, I've made a special coupon code just for you. Like, it's like, this isn't like a mass cold message. This is only for you.
I think it might work, but I feel like having a video ad targeted specifically to you, so like it's an automated process that has been hand tailored to you. So from your perspective, you're like, this person went through a lot of work to make this unique for me.
Right.
Whereas if the video or like a message, it's like, you know, copy and paste, change the name, send, create a coupon.
Right.
Like it takes 30 seconds. Whereas this, it's like he went through all this trouble. And it's so unique and original that people are like, whoa.
Well, that assumes that they are going to think very hard about how much work the ad is, or if they even understand how much, like how much work goes into making an ad.
But I mean, if we're targeting like entrepreneurs, we could literally sell this. We're like, hey, Aaron, do you want to convert clients very easily? Well, the solution is simple. You have to hyper target people, just like I hyper targeted you. And the conversion is going to be super high because you're speaking directly to the person. It's like the product you're pitching is this exact service. And the fact that you're speaking to them is the proof that it works.
Yeah. So you'd be like,
Hey, Aaron, do you like money?
yeah, it's like, okay, Guillaume, you're the only one who's going to see this ad. Do you want to know how I found you? Or do you want to know how, like, how this ad got to you? It's like, if imagine being able to target your clients that specifically.
Yeah, like imagine how much money you could make by targeting your clients this specifically. I created a course showing you exactly how to do that. And I've created, like, it's usually $10,000, but I created a special coupon code just for you. Just type in Aaron Rocks into the order form. And instead of paying $10,000, you will pay $1,000 because you're the exact right person who this would work for. I've studied, like I've researched my perfect client, and you're the perfect person for this. That's why I selected you. I really believe this can completely change your business. And it's like something, I don't know, like that. Like I'm just speaking out of my ass.
Yeah, I like this. Okay. And if it's true about the research, it's like, I don't know in terms of, but like, if we do some of the things that we were talking about, like maybe targeting like somebody who's homeschooled, and like if you start listing some things about them, and it could just be in the research that you found in targeting them, but if it does kind of fall into like who we think is gonna be a good fit for this.
But yeah, I just realized like with this kind of business model, we don't really need to do that much research because as long as they're an entrepreneur and their business could benefit from this hyper targeting, doesn't matter what niche they're in.
Yeah,
It wouldn't really take that much work from us.
yeah.
Like obviously the more we hyper target, the more qualified they would be. So if we just pick like any random person in like a market or like an entrepreneurial group, like, okay, maybe it's
Yeah.
not going to be the perfect fit or maybe they can't afford it. But we could kind of like more shotgun approach it than sniper if we like we could use a shotgun and make it seem like we used a sniper of like the fact that I'm talking to you is because I specifically selected you because they're perfect person for this. And it's like, okay, that's kind of a lie, but at the same time, it's true because they're an entrepreneur and their business can benefit from it. It's like, I don't think it would take that much work from us because I was thinking like, oh, the research project, the process is going to take a while, but if that's the like benefit or the pro, like the course or whatever we're selling, then we don't really need to hyper target that much.
Yeah, this might actually work really well for my thing that I'm doing with Randy. Because $1,000 is about $100 a month, which is what he was wanting to hit. If I could get him a dozen clients for the first, like, and that dozen is going to be the ones who like really give the feedback and say like, this is what I want in the membership. If I can get that first dozen clients to drop $1,000 right there, like that proves that this will work. And that proves that the personal ask is a lot more powerful than, you know, just an all call. We're launching this thing.
Yeah, I think this is good because it's like we're launching this thing and I think you would be a perfect fit. That is why I went out of my way to create an ad specifically for you with this coupon specifically for you because I know that this is going to be amazing and I know you're going to be able to bring like tremendous value to this group. So it's like broke their ego at the same time.
Oh man, this seems really cool. I mean, it seems cool to me. I don't
Yeah,
know what the act.
I think step one is testing it. So
Yeah.
what I recommend is once we're done, like, or at some point in the next day or so, like we each respectively go in our Facebook ads group or like account and try to target and try to create an ad specifically for the other person. Like we don't need to record a video. It can just be like a text ad and it can be like, hey, Aaron, or can you see this or whatever? And it's like, just so it's clear, it's like, okay, this is the ad.
All right.
And I think I'm also going to try to do that for that guy, like the guy who didn't answer. Because I feel like if we do this, like this is hyper targeting to the next level. Because for some reason, it feels like when someone like reaches out to you like in a Facebook group or something like that, and they try to pitch you, it's like they're just trying to sell me their shit. But it's like if you see an ad that someone created specifically for you with a coupon code that has your name and a huge discount, and they're like, you're going to be the perfect fit for this. It's going to help your business. It's going to be amazing. Even though they're still selling themselves, it doesn't feel like that.
Well, because everybody who has paid for an ad, you know, is selling something. But now you're leading with, I care enough about you personally to have spent time doing this specifically for you.
Like, imagine like, I don't know how specific we should get. It's like, hey, John Smith from New York. Like, should we get that specific or just like, hey, John? It's like,
I think just first name. I mean, if it's really only going to hit one person,
yeah.
like you can see how specific you need to get for them to click.
It's like we could go overboard and like, like, okay, that would take forever and it wouldn't be scalable and it wouldn't make sense, but it would be
Mhm.
hilarious. Creating like a Facebook page like, hey John. And it's like that's the name of the page, is like the website, and like everything is hand tailored to them. Like it would be ridiculous. It'd be more like as a joke, but that would be funny, man.
HeyJohn.com.
That sounds amazing. HeyJohn.com. Uh, I feel like, yeah, I feel like this would work super well. And even for like really high ticket things, it could be like $10,000 like coaching program for a business. And it's
Mhm.
like you target the CEO of the business. And it's like, hey, John, I created this very thing for you. It's usually like $100,000. I'm giving you like 10, like, I don't know, 90% off with this coupon code. It's like, I know it can explode your business and do these things. It's like, if it's that tailored and they
Mhm.
can afford it, like, it doesn't matter if it's $10,000 or $1,000. Like, I think the price point, like, okay, if it's past a certain degree, it's like, if you ask him to spend like 1 million, like, you probably have to have a conversation with him first.
Mhm.
But I just feel like the conversion would be so much better on this.
Mm.
Because like you could literally target like the perfect person who's in charge of a specific company that would be like the right person to hire you. It's like, hey John, it's like, I know you work for this company, or it's like you launched this company. It's like you do your research for a company, you need to do more research, but it's like you could charge like a 10, 20, $50,000 package to them. And because you're so hyper targeted, like you're
Mhm.
already qualifying. And by the time they jump on the business call with you, they're already like half sold. It's
Mhm.
like, hey, I proved to you how targeted you can get in marketing because I targeted you specifically. That proves to you that I know what I'm doing.
Mhm.
So it's like there's tremendous potential to this.
I really like this a lot.
So now we just need to test it out.
Yeah, we need to prove it works. Even if the individual targeting doesn't pan out exactly, I think the principle of this, of acknowledging the hyper tailored and targeted nature of the advertisement, I think in the broad scale still should work and
Yeah,
help
like
push conversion.
it could be as broad as like having a video ad, and it's like in the thumbnail for the video, it's like, if you live in New York City, you need to see this. And it's like just starting
Mhm.
for their city. It's like, hey, if you live in New York City, there's a lot of competition there. This is the way to like grow your business. And it's like
Yeah.
pitch whatever you pitch. And it's like, I've created this specific coupon code for you. It's like New York rules or whatever. It's like something that even though it's not specifically them, it's targeted enough that they're like, I feel unique. Like this was made for me.
Yeah. And by targeting other stuff like, oh man, like specific values, like books that they've read and people that they like, you can say specific things about them. Like I know you believe that more is possible. Like I know you believe in magic, but like because of other things that you know that you've targeted in the ad without saying what it is, like you can say specific things about them. Like, how do they know this?
Yeah,
Because
if I love this. Like if they read a book and your course like teaches them the exact same thing or principles that were included in that book, it's like,
Mhm.
if you read this book, you need to watch this.
Mhm.
Like is you're like, yeah, I read that book. So your curiosity
Mhm.
is like, yeah, okay, what why do I need to watch this?
Yeah. Oh, dude. Okay, so everybody this last year was talking about uh like irresistible offers, like Alex Hormozzi's $100 million offers, where you make a like an irresistible offer that's so good people feel stupid saying no to it. So it's like that was kind of on everybody's radar. It's like if you leverage stuff like that, that's like these um things that people are talking about, like if you if you read, you know, like if you've read Alex Hormozzi's book, like $100 Million Offers, you should watch this. And then you can be like, you might think you need a really irresistible offer. It's like, that's not true. What you actually need is a really targeted offer. But like you're starting to like niche down in a way that's, oh dude, do we even need like niches? Your niche can literally just be like, who's gonna look at your ad?
I wonder if would this work for affiliate marketing? Of like, you find a course and you're like, you search like, this is the kind of person who would benefit from this course, and just create a special video ad. It's like, hey, Aaron, I just took this course. It's amazing. And I saw your profile on Facebook, and it seems like we have a lot of things in common, and you're like building a business and everything. It's like, I think this would be super valuable for you. In fact, that's why I created this ad specifically for you, because I wanted to bring you this value. So check out this course. Like, it doesn't even have to be like a special unique. It's like, what's unique is I found this and I thought of you. Here it is. Like, you don't even need to like have a special coupon. It doesn't even need to be your product. It's like, hey, I found this, or I went through this course, and it's like, it seems like you would be the perfect fit for this. And it's like, if you use their name, it's like, even if it's not, they're going to be so much more inclined to do it.
Yeah. Oh, what if you did that with affiliate marketing? It's like, dang.
Like, it could be high-end coaching of like,
Yeah, so then it's like it's you could still do the like the mass like
I feel like I want to test out the strategy, and if it proves that it works somewhat, just like spam the crap out of it, like use the strategy a lot, like find 100 different people and see what the results are, because I feel like that would convert so much higher than normal.
yeah. Okay. What if
And I realize like you can even narrow down things. So it's like, hey, if you've read this book and you live in this city, you need to watch this. So it's like it double qualifies them. It's like, well, I've read that book and I live in that city. This definitely is for me. It's like, it doesn't have to be like anything like that, but it's like, if you use like 1, 2, or maybe up to 3 specific things to qualify them, like that would be super powerful. Like, I don't think not quite as powerful as the name, but
if you like McDonald's and you wear jeans
then you're really not that fat. Because if you were fat, you would wear sweatpants.
okay, so what if we did that? Like, if you were homeschooled and you're thinking about starting a business, you should watch this.
Dude, we could literally go in like homeschooling groups and just post a question of like, hey, just curious, like, who was homeschooled, who's like, you know, in the process of launching a business or has a business, anything like that. And it's like, just because it's a random question, it's like, you're just curious. And everyone who comments, go to their profile, hyper target them with an ad, and the person won't even realize like it's connected.
Yeah.
But this could be like super easy.
Dang. Okay, so that's what we should do. We should post in all the entrepreneur groups like, who here is homeschooled? Just tell a story about being homeschooled. And then and then you can find some people like, all right, we have enough data on somebody that let's try and run a hyper targeted ad.
Yeah, and I think the beauty of this is it's super easy to find people, because if you just have two data points, like let's say
Mhm.
homeschooled and entrepreneur, you go in entrepreneur groups, post a question
Mhm.
about being homeschooled, go in homeschooled group, post a question about being an entrepreneur, automatically, boop, you found the
Mhm.
right people.
Right.
So it's like finding them is super easy. And it's not
Oh,
like
and then if you
Facebook
target
is,
by location, it gets a lot cheaper.
yeah, because you're automatically targeting by location, like you need to in order to target only that person.
Mm.
So I feel like finding good matches would be so easy. As long as we know who our customer, like our avatar is, it's like we have two data points. Perfect. Boop, find the people. Hyper, like create a hybrid targeted ad,
Mhm.
on them to the like funnel. Everything's pre-made. So you
Yeah.
just need to make that video, make the coupon, make the video at the end, thanking them. And that's it. And I feel like if you do that, even if everything like the video and the course and everything else is automated, once they go through that, they're
Mhm.
going to feel like such a deep connection to you that it's going to be easy to upsell them into like a high-end coaching offer.
Mhm.
Oh man, this could literally be it. Like this could be a self like marketing business where it's like the product that we sell is a course teaching you how to hyper target people and use that for your business.
There's
And
got to be
then
a reason other people
the
aren't doing this. Is it too much work to hyper target?
I mean, I don't know, it's worth trying, but I just feel like
I know it's not very scalable, but
no, it's
like
not scalable,
surely
but it
other
can be
people
super
have.
profitable.
Hmm.
But the thing is, like, even if people are already doing it, not many people are doing it. So it's not going to be oversaturated.
Okay, and imagine this. Imagine the people you're hyper targeting are like celebrities or high-end coaches, people that have lots and lots of money, and they want to get a more specific type of clientele. So like, let's say uh, a singer wants to switch labels. Like you can start finding the niches of people who want to have a more specific audience. Like for coaches who want clients who can pay into their like $100,000 offers, or like an actor who's trying to get on a movie or something. It's like you could start targeting people and charge a good like a gajillion dollars for like, here's how to do exactly what I'm doing, like, and find a really interesting way to pitch now.
Dude, I feel like there's a next level if we want. If we use this strategy to target influencers in the niche that we're in, we can be like, hey, I'll show you how you can do this to grow your audience if you give me a shout out on your audience.
Okay, even better. People who, yeah, I think we're on the same page. I think we're on the same page. We use social media influencers and people who do ads for a living. So people who do lead gen and who do targeting, be like, pull in experts, be like, um, hey, we have this idea, uh, and ads, that I've specifically picked you out, like, and then basically we don't have to be the experts. We can pull in some other people who can talk about ads and what makes them work, what makes them, the psychology of it. But like we can pull in people who want that information as well as the experts who can talk about it and be like, here's how we got everybody here. Here's some amazing people. Like, we'd love for you to share why did what we did work. And like, we don't even have to teach it.
Yeah, like what I love about these types of business ideas is that the way to get the customer is the product. And the fact that you're speaking to them proves your theory. So it's
Mhm.
kind of like, oh, I'm selling a funnel and I just proved that funnels work because you're here right now.
This is starting to get in that Jay Abraham space of like, we're
Yep.
just connecting people.
And it's like, we can literally sell this concept. It's
Mhm.
like, hey, if it's a smaller entrepreneur, we charge less. But if it's a big company, we can be like, hey, this is a great way to sell high-end products. It's like if it's a company that sells high-end products like luxury cars or houses, it's like, hey, just train your team to use this and create hyper-targeted ads so that by the time they get on the phone with your salespeople, they already have that rapport built.
Mhm.
Like we can use this for cars, like
Dang.
selling, like look for someone who Google like Lamborghinis,
Yeah.
and like you find a specific, or like someone who's like in a specific like exotics car group or whatever, and it's just like
Mhm.
do the research to find the person. Like, okay, I know this person's looking for a Lamborghini, so you literally click an ad like, hey John, I see you're looking for a Lamborghini. Come down to our dealership. We're giving you a special 10% discount. Just give us like this code word and you'll get the discount. And it's like from their perspective, they're like, well, I wanted to buy it anyway. I'm getting a discount. And they
Mhm.
went through the trouble of targeting me specifically. It's like
Mhm.
this principle could be super valuable. And it's like selling that to a business if they realize like how valuable it is, and you're
Yeah.
just going to teach you how to set this up. You can sell it for
Yeah.
10,000, 100,000 bucks.
Okay, so this is triggering a thing for me that I had thought about. I had thought about using video marketing to target jewelry stores, like advertising my services as a videographer, telling emotional stories to get people to come and like do business with the jewelry store. Because like the jewelry store, what they're selling is emotion. They're not selling the like the jewelry.
Oh,
But if you went to them and said, okay, so I'm a marketer and I can help you find higher end clients by hyper targeting them. And like by the time they come in, they already want to do business with you. Like they're
how? Because yeah, what you were saying about jewelry, it's like the engagement ring is what costs a lot.
Mhm.
So how do we find people right at the point before they need to buy the engagement ring? So it's like, how do you figure out like online when guys are going to propose? And then before it's like, hey, you're thinking of proposing to your girlfriend. We're giving you a 10% discount on this ring. And it's like,
Yeah.
I would be like, especially guys, because like guys are like, weddings are dumb, rings are super expensive. It's such a waste of money, but I have to because this is how it
Mhm.
works. So it's like if you offer them a discount of like, hey, I know you're proposing, I know you hate the whole process of shopping and everything. So we're going to do all the work for you, and here's a discount. That would be super valuable. So it's like, how would you figure out when a guy's about to propose?
Mm, that's a good question.
And it's like if you figure that out, then you can literally approach jewelry stores and be like, hey, I have a way for you to like sell a crap ton of engagement rings
Mhm.
for very, very cheap. It's like even if it's only like 1 in 100 who buys it, it's like if it costs them like $1 to run each ad, they spend $100. They sell like a two, three, four, $10,000 engagement ring.
Mhm.
Like this is really worth it.
Yeah. Mm.
I think like this could be a super high end product if like we target like business CEOs or whoever's like in charge of running the business, and we're like, hey, we hyper targeted you. We can teach you how to do this and set it up in your own business so that you can like explode your profits. And it's like, we're going to explain the process and go in and teach your team how to do this. Like then we can
Mm.
charge like $100,000, $1 million if we want. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
our team come in, teach your team how to do this, set everything up so that then you can go in and replicate this over and over and over again.
Mhm.
And it's like if you target things that are expensive, like jewelry stores or car dealerships or like really high-end products, you can charge a lot of money for that. Like that's the kind of thing that's like, if done right, we could go from 0 to 100,000 or 0 to 1,000,000 like snap.
Yeah. Ooh, boy. Okay, so we have a new market that we need to start analyzing.
Well, I
It's
think
not the coaching industry. It's
step
that.
one is testing to see if this works. Because if this doesn't work, everything we're coming up is completely.
Yeah.
But man, this
Okay.
is so powerful.
Man, imagine like that could be like a whole.
Dude, like, dude, this could literally be like $1 billion idea. If this works, we could like target Elon Musk. And it's like, if we get him on board, it's like, hey, you want to sell like your rockets? Use this hyper targeting to find the exact right person and pre-sell them.
Mhm.
Like, and it's like for someone like that, if they're selling like planes or something like that, that's like worth millions of dollars. If we can implement their strategy, it's like they can explode their business. And it's like
Mhm.
we can get paid millions of dollars for this. Like maybe okay, I'm getting ahead of myself, of course, but it's just like the potential is there.
Yeah.
And I'm just realizing that we're getting to the point where we are Jay Abraham. Like we're at that level of thinking. We haven't implemented it yet. We're right on the brink of starting to do that. But
Mhm.
we're 100% at that level of thinking. All right, so I guess our homework for today is try to target the other person with an ad on Facebook. And then depending on whether that works, we can come up on what's going to be our business strategy for the future. Is it going to be this? Is it
Yeah.
going to be the other strategy? Like we came up with 3 or 4 different strategies today, but I think this one is definitely worth testing out.
Yeah. Like it.
Hey, Aaron, you suck. All right, I guess after what, like 4 hours, we're done.
More
It's
than 4
2:40.
hours.
My battery's almost dead. What time did we start? Like we started a little late. I think like around 9:15 for me, and it's now
The
2:47. So wait, 9:15 to 2:15. That's 5.5 hours. Really? Is that possible?
I'm looking right now.
Has it really been 5.5? Because it doesn't feel like that long.
Yep, it's been 5.5 hours. I just pulled up the YouTube stream.
Whoa, this
Dead
is
gum.
definitely our longest floating session ever.
That's
But
amazing.
the thing is, like, we've had like 4 sessions in one because we had like 4 or 5, I don't know, I lost track, like between 3 and 5 genius business ideas.
Yeah. So we became Jay Abraham in like 5 hours.
I mean, it's been a slow process, but it's just like we kind of had that intention, like, I don't know, a few months ago, like 4 or 5 months
Mhm.
ago. And now we really are at that point where it's like we're on his level. We might even be like above his level. I don't know.
Well, I mean, the thing that makes him Jay Abraham and us is like he went out and did it. So it's like
Yeah.
we know it's possible now. So now we just need to go and start doing the things. So I'm excited about this.
It's funny because this is the first time we've had an episode be this long. and I don't feel exhausted at all. Because usually like whenever we have like ideas and everything, it's fun, but at the end I'm like,
Mhm.
"Whew, that was intense."
Okay, so what if this was something that we could do and get paid to do it? Like, what if
I
we
mean,
hyper
we are going
targeted?
to get paid with these strategies as long as we implement them.
That's what I'm
This is how
saying.
we get paid.
So this is like we hyper target somebody and say, hey, we think this strategy will work really good for you. Come on our podcast. We do like a 3 hour or more podcast where we just brainstorm business ideas. We'll spin up like a bunch of creativity, but what it's really about is not the business ideas themselves. It's about getting you to get creative, get into your zone of genius, and getting the cool version of you that people really like to connect with to come out and play. And we'll cut up those little pieces where we see the real you, like, and build out like a month's worth of content for you where you can just promote yourself, and we'll promote it for you. We'll actually promote you via our podcast and in a bunch of groups. And so like as we're building our own audience for our podcast, we're advertising them. So it's like we're advertising, we're going to get you in front of up to, close to 100,000 coaches. We're going to do all the marketing for you. We're really like building our own thing, but we're selling it as we're doing it for you. And we're specifically targeting you. And we think this will work really good for you. And then it's like, how much do we want to get paid to do that? Like we're doing all the work for you. You get to just come and play and have fun. It's gonna hopefully grow your business. And it's like,
How, what if we use this to target people who can give us exposure? So it's like, I don't know, target like Lewis Howes. It's like, hey, Lewis, I think you should interview me on your podcast because I found this amazing strategy to hyper target people. As you can see, obviously, like as an example, like whatever, like it would have to be
mhm.
smarter than that, but it's like, could we use that as a way to like gain a crap ton of exposure? Or like
Yeah,
pitching that we couldn't normally pitch because we don't have access to them.
yeah,
And what we're pitching is, hey, this exact strategy that I used to get to you. Or I don't know, because if then if we do that, we kind of lose all leverage. Because if that's what we get known for, it's like, well, the concept is the entire thing.
well, I mean, just literally go to people who have influence and just pull them into a high-end mastermind. Be like, we have a brand new thing of hyper targeting. We want to talk about the idea and get a bunch of other smart people in the room who can snowball off of that idea and say, what if we used it this way? What if we used it that way? We don't
Is
have,
how we network and we create our high-end mastermind by using this hyper targeting to target people we don't normally have access to.
and get
And it's like
access to them.
we we do this like one by one. And it's like the second we have someone buy in, we use this like, hey, we have this amazing strategy to hyper target people. This other person is already in.
Mhm.
Do you want to join us?
Yeah.
And it's like we could charge like $10,000 to 10 people. We make $100,000. We get them in the mastermind, connect with
Mhm.
every one of them. So we got paid $100,000 to
Yeah.
make with those 10 people.
I bet you I know some people I could reach out to and get them interested. I don't know if the hyper, like if we can get the hyper targeting thing to work, then I
Yeah, I
think
think
it will work.
once we prove
Um,
it, the possibilities for this are endless.
but um, but I think we could probably get like like Brian Campbell. I could probably ask him if he'd be willing to be in it, and like his credibility is that like one of his first marketing courses when online marketing was getting started. Like Russell Brunson bought it, and now Russell Brunson is Russell Brunson. So like he's literally taught Russell Brunson like
Yeah,
part of what he knew
yeah,
about internet marketing. And so
In
then,
that case, what if we like, so Russell Brunson knows him. So what if we
yeah,
Brian into this and we're like for free? It's like, hey, you were in this mastermind,
mhm,
and then we use his name to hyper target and to sell Russell Brunson. Even if it's for
yeah,
free, get Russell Brunson in the mastermind,
mhm,
we can pretty much get anyone else we want in.
yeah. Well,
Everyone knows.
and the thing is, like, I think when you're targeting that level of person, by making it free, you actually devalue it. I think they value things that people have the balls to charge for. Like, they assume that if you're charging for it, it's gonna be valuable. And then once we have the money, we're like, all right, who can help us make a like a high-end mastermind actually be what it's supposed to be? Because we have no idea.
Yeah, I just feel like maybe to get the first person in the process, we need to give them like a free spot.
Yeah.
Or we could even pitch it as like, hey, we're reaching out to like 10 people who are like at super light level to discuss the
Mhm,
strategy. We think you could all benefit from it. It's
mhm,
$10,000. The first person who buys in will get the spot for free.
mm,
So it's like it kind of motivates them to be the first. And once we get the first, we use their name to sell
mhm.
everyone.
Yeah. I wonder if instead of making it free, if you,
I mean, maybe we don't need to do that. I don't know.
I kind of, my gut feeling says no.
Okay.
Um, no caller ID. Who is this? My
Hyper
my
targeting.
question is, my question is like, if we could get the first person on board, um, you say like, you give them like a 10% stake in equity or something. So then they're invested in helping it be successful. So then they can leverage their network and be like, hey, these two guys are starting something. I want to help them make it valuable.
And I feel like if we do this and we like get people in, it's like even if we make $100,000 from like 10 people that are in, like, it doesn't matter. Just being friends with those 10 people is so
Yeah.
valuable.
Mhm. So we need to make this.
Especially if we're
We need
able
to
to
make
like,
this hyper targeting thing work.
if we're able to help boost their business, and it's like someone who's making like 10, 100,000 or $100 million a year online, and we're able, like us two unknown guys, we're able to help them like boost their business.
Mhm.
They're going to be like, okay, we like those guys.
Yeah.
Even if we don't have any success to show for it,
Mhm.
like we're going to make friends for life if we're able to do that.
Mhm. So it's like,
Man, if this works, the possibilities are endless. So step one is we just need to go out and do it. It's like if it works and I'm able to target you, you're able to target me, we need to like test it out a bit. So
mhm.
it's like try it
Well,
on
let's
random
do it with
people
you
in
and me, and then if we are
Jessica.
able to do that, then we'll do it with Jessica and Bobby.
And then if those four work, then we can start random people
Mhm.
and see like find some sort of offer or create a funnel and test it out. Like, what is the conversion rate on this?
Mhm.
Like, as opposed to normal cold traffic,
Yeah.
like, how well does it convert? Does it convert like 2 times better, 3 times, 5 times, 10 times, 100 times? Like, if this converts 10 times better than normal traffic, like, that can be super valuable to businesses. Even if they need to go out
Mhm.
and hire people to do this, like, it's worth it. It's worth paying one person.
Mm.
But
I wonder if Facebook ads is the right way to do this.
I mean,
bet
it
you,
might work on other platforms, YouTube or no,
I
wait,
bet you it
YouTube.
would work really good on like email ads.
But it has to be video though, and email doesn't allow video. Because like by text, it's not the same. Like recording a
Mhm.
video, the person's like, okay, this is unique text. It feels like, oh, just copy and paste and
Mhm.
switch them.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's like the power of this is in video. So it's like could work probably for Instagram ads. I've never run them. I don't know how they work. Google ads, I don't think they have video. Microsoft ads, I don't know. I haven't tried the platform yet. YouTube, I don't think you can hyper target like that. And let's see what else. I don't know. That's the only platforms I can think of.
Well, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, like step one is send you a middle. Okay, no, I was going to say send you a middle finger, but if I do that, the ad's probably going to get rejected. Uh, imagine it's like we created that. It's like, oh, sorry, you can't use a person's name in an ad. Like that's a Facebook thing. Like that would be so annoying.
That can't be right because I know I see people mention famous people all the time.
The thing is, I feel like, if we do this and it works out, like we need to capitalize on it as much as we can, as quickly as we can, because once this gets out, everyone's going to do it. And either it's going to stop working or Facebook is going to change the algorithm and it's going to stop working. So it's like once we test it out for ourselves and then we test it on a small scale to prove that it works, then we need to just like find the best strategies to quickly make a bunch of money from this so that even if like a crap ton of people start doing it, or even if the algorithm changes, we still made money.
Oh, what we should do is we should do like an advertising summit and just target a whole bunch of lead gen agencies. Be like, see the like the newest, like you can add this high-end tier of advertising to your offers, and increase your revenue.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch of different strategies, but I feel like just the pitching businesses, you can make like a bunch of money really fast.
Mm-hmm.
And like pitching like not celebrities like Hollywood stars, but like celebrities of like very
Mm-hmm.
successful people that you want to be friends with.
Mm-hmm.
So like get it using that strategy to connect with them would be super valuable. It's like if you keep it small, it's like if we're like, okay, we're gonna tell this strategy to 100 people, but it's like it doesn't matter if those 100 people use that in those
You ready to
business,
go?
millions of people on Facebook ads.
Yeah. All right. Well, I gotta go.
All right, this was a
So
nice 6-hour conversation almost.
good to